Ma'am, our live stream started.
So then we should start.
Yes, ma'am. Not really. 30 seconds we can wait because the banner is. I've shared the live stream link in the chat box. You can share. And
the chat is not opening.
Jiba ma'am, you can start
Yes, sir.
now.
Okay. Am I audible to all?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. A very warm good morning to my learned participants present here in this international webinar and all the listeners from all over the world who have joined us via the Zoom link as well as the YouTube channel. We are gathered here together today to discuss a very pertinent issue. I will be starting off by telling you the main things about the webinar. It is called the International Webinar on From Illness to Wellness, Strengthening Mental Well-Being. So as you can understand, it is the mental health that we will be discussing today. Now, moving forward, I would like to talk about the organizers of this webinar. It has been collaboratively organized by two groups. One is the Star Scholars Network and the other is the SEAM Group. The Society of Transnational Academic Researchers, or the Star Scholars Network, is an international forum of scholars that advances global social mobility by using research and advocacy. Their mission is to carry out scholarly articles, research, and publication related to international education, exchange programs, academic mobility, and employability. They envision a humane world and they fulfill their mission by creating dialogue forums of exchange through their activities such as conferences and consultations. The specific objective of this organization include to provide a forum for scholars and researchers to engage in conversations shaping education policies, including publications of scholarly articles and policy beliefs, to sponsor, host, and/or participate in events and activities that provide educational solutions. Today, we have with us the country director of the Star Scholars Network, Dr. Charu Sharma. Would you please like to welcome all our guests and give a brief introduction? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zeba. And a very good morning to all of you who've come here this morning to join us for this international webinar, which is titled From Illness to Wellness, Strengthening Mental Well-Being. As the country director India of Star Scholars Network, I welcome each one of you today, and especially the speakers for the entire day, who have taken their precious time out to come and mark their presence and to enlighten us with their wisdom. So I'm really grateful for all the speakers who will be there today, this morning, and also until the end of the day. So we have the entire day spread into three parts. There are three panels. Panel 1 which begins now, will be moderated by Dr. Zeba, and panel 2 will begin at 12 o'clock until 2 p.m., moderated by Dr. Azra, and the panel 3 will begin at 3 o'clock until 6 p.m., which will be moderated by Dr. Shauli. And I'm also grateful for all the members of the organizing team who have been present and working very, very strenuously to make this event, make this webinar happen, because it's very meaningful. It's very, especially it's more needed in the challenging times that we've had in the past couple of years. So welcome all of you. I'm grateful for your presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Charu. Moving ahead, I would also like to introduce the SEAM group, who are the collaborators of this webinar. The Council for Educational Administration and Management, or SEAM, is a registered non-governmental national professional organization, and it has its headquarters in Kerala, India, with the mission of prioritizing the areas of educational administration and management and education across the nation and beyond. It is an exceptionally extraordinary initiative of CAM to provide the prodigious opportunities of learning in the field of research and education to all the educational entrepreneurs across the globe. The vision of this organization is to foster collective development through multifarious academic initiatives pertaining to the educational sphere, leading to enhance their capacity and the quality of sharing and the effectiveness of higher education. The aim of this organization is to compile human and material resources and to plan, supervise, strategize, and realize programs pertaining to educational management and administration. We also have with us the head of the SEAM, the national chapter, Dr. Shauli Chakravarti Acharya. Ma'am, would you please just introduce yourself and say a few lines? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zeba, to call me on the board. It's a very happy moment for the SEAM West Bengal chapter to collaborate with Star Scholars, one of the leading academic organizations of India, and together make this webinar a successful one. We are looking forward to that. And it is the special initiative of the West Bengal chapter, as I would be happy to share with all of you that the SEAM, that is Council for Educational Administration and Management, the head office is based in Kerala, India, and we are having several chapters, more than 19, approximately 19 state chapters we are having. And I'm also happy to let you know that Dr. M. Suresh Kumar, who is our speaker in the first panel, he is from the Tamil Nadu chapter, SEAM. And it's a very happy, prestigious, and honorable moment for all of us from the SEAM side to join this webinar, and looking forward to hear and enlighten us from all these renowned speakers, international speakers, and I hope this would come to a great success. I welcome all the resource persons who are present over here, and all the participants who have taken the pain and spared their time to come over here. And we look forward to their active participation in this webinar and take part in the panel discussion as well. So without stretching much, let us now move towards the main part of this program, that is panel 1. And we are having with us renowned speakers. And I would like to take the opportunity to hand over the mic to Zeba to please proceed with the main program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now moving on. From illness to wellness, strengthening mental well-being. Mental health has been much discussed in the present times, especially after the global pandemic that we had to go through. Before that, physical health was discussed, even acknowledged, but mental health was something which was hardly acknowledged. The sub-theme of this panel, or the first panel, is child and adolescent mental health and well-being. Even if the child gets a minor scrap, the parents readily take them to the doctors, to the hospitals, get them treated. They are given the medicines, the care. But mental health is something which is hardly addressed in today's time. Most parents are either ignorant of the concept, or even if the signs are very much visible in front of them, they do not want to acknowledge that their child might have mental health issues. Out of all this, it is the child who has to suffer, because mental health, as Swami Vivekananda has said, a healthy mind in a healthy body and vice versa is very important. We cannot just look after the physical health of a child, of a human being, and ignore the mental aspect, because it is together that the child is formed. We have with us three eminent speakers to shed more light and discuss this topic in. The first is Professor Vimla Veeraraghavan, who hasn't joined us as yet. She will be joining us shortly. After that, we have Dr. Suresh Kumar with us today. Dr. Suresh Kumar, he belongs to the Department of Psychology, the American College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. He is a dedicated researcher with a strong focus on behavioral sciences and education. Currently serving as the head of the PG Department of Psychology at Madurai, he also holds positions as an adjunct professor at the School of Behavioral Sciences, Texila American University, and adjunct professor at DMI St. Eugene University, Malawi. With an impressive academic background, including a PhD from Annamalai University in 2010, Dr. Kumar made significant contributions to the field. He has published over 42 papers, authored 3 books, and actively participated in seminars and conferences. His skills range from psychometry and statistical analysis to counseling, research, and e-content development. Dr. Kumar has held teaching and leadership positions at renowned institutions and has received awards for his excellence in teaching and mental health promotion. He has organized numerous programs and webinars, acting as a speaker and resource person. A very good morning to you, Suresh sir. We are really
Dr.
honored.
Zaba, I am here.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just thought I'll inform. Okay.
Okay. Welcome, ma'am. So our first speaker, Professor Vimla Veeraraghavan, has also joined us. A very warm welcome, Vimla ma'am. Vimla ma'am has been an emeritus professor in psychology and education. She's a gold medalist in Masters of Psychology from Delhi University. She has 40 years of teaching and research experience, including supervising research scholars. She has formerly worked at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Amity University, Noida, and as an emeritus professor at Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. She has also held various positions, including head of the departments. She was a visiting professor at Thammasat University, Bangkok, and has been invited speaker and chaired sessions at many international conferences. She has been the recipient of many notable awards, including the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award of the Asiatic Society, the Teacher Fellowship Award of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, and the National Fellowship Award of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research. She has authored 18 books and has published more than 70 papers in national and international journals. She has also completed sponsored research projects by the University Grants Commission, ICSSR, DIPR, BPRD, and the Department of Women and Child Development, Government of India. She continues to be a resourceful scholar of governmental and non-governmental institutions. She is a practicing psychologist and runs an NGO dealing with issues related to children's education. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. We are really honored to have such an experienced person enlightening us today on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your very full introduction to me. Thank you very much.
Moving forward, we have with us today Dr. Shnauli Chakravarti Acharya, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Education at West Bengal State University since 2019. With a rich academic background, she previously served as an assistant professor in the foundation course at Calcutta Girls BT College in Kolkata, where she was there for 2 years, and various other teacher education institutions. Her research interests encompass various areas, including inclusive pedagogy, educational psychology, leadership and management in education. women's studies, lifelong learning, and techno-pedagogical skills in teaching are some of the other areas where she has interest. She obtained her PhD in educational psychology from the University of Kalyani in 2011, and her doctoral thesis titled Enhancing Achievement in English Learning, Influence of Psychovariables on English Learning was published by Lapp Lambert Publishing House, Germany. Dr. Acharya has an extensive record of presenting papers and addressing international, national, and state-level conferences and webinars. Her research papers have been published in reputable international and national peer-reviewed journals, and she has contributed chapters to various edited volumes. She has also edited 3 books from national publishers. In addition to her academic achievements, Dr. Acharya has actively participated in research projects and initiatives. She is a member of the project team funded by ASEM LLL Hub, University College Cork, Ireland. It has been titled Micro-Credentials and Employability in Higher Education, Modeling Flexibility for Bridging Skill Gaps and Opportunities for Career Succession of Students. She served as the faculty coordinator for the minor research project under the aegis of Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. She was awarded a grant by the National Commission for Women, New Delhi, for conducting a webinar on women at workplace. Is gender equality still at crossroads? Dr. Acharya holds memberships in esteemed organizations such as the Asia-Europe Meeting Lifelong Learning, Ireland, chairperson of the West Bengal chapter and National Publication Secretary of the Council of Education Administration and Management, SEAM, Kerala, India, and the editor of the Teacher Education Journal of Bangladesh. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am, again. Now moving forward to the panel discussion that we are here conducting today. I would first like to welcome Professor Vimla Veeraraghavan. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, with your vast experience in this area of child development and psychology, I would please like you to start the webinar discussing something about the mental health scenario which is being seen among the younger generation today.
Okay, thank you very much, Zeba. And
Just an
also
interruption, ma'am. Vimal ma'am, can you turn on your video, please?
You know, once I put the video on, my voice will not come proper. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. I'm
Yes,
going to
now you're
close it.
visible.
Okay, right. So let me first not only thank, but also greet Charu and also Zeba and other team members who have given me an opportunity today to talk to all of you and kind of share my views on this particular subject. In fact, as you all know, this problem of mental health has been bothering me for many, many years. In fact, long ago, I started with the Society for Mental Health. And sometime in 1970, when many of you would not have even been born. Now, since then, today, when I look back and see, not much change has occurred, except that we are now able to talk a little bit more openly on mental health, mental illness, and mental disorders also. We are prepared to go to a doctor, psychiatrist, and try to take his help, go to a psychologist without feeling hesitant, and so on. So there is a change, but yet stigma attached to mental disorders, mental illness hasn't still gone away. It is still very much there with us. As I look at our today's program, the present scenario of mental health among school children as well as the adolescents, I find it very kind of anxiety-provoking because last year in February, this survey conducted regarding mental health of children in the Asian countries, including India. For that, in Singapore, they had something like youngsters 18% of them suffering from depression. In Malaysia, it was very interesting to find between 13 to 17 years of age, 1 in 5 had depression.
Yes.
In the Philippines, we find 13 to 17 having had suicide, around 11.6%. In Indonesia, we find 45% of youngsters had admitted to self-harm. In recent years, as you all know, in Indonesia, it has been under the international spotlight for PASM, the practice of confining and restraining people with mental health conditions. Fortunately for India, we have gone away from it to a very great extent. India has nearly 15% of the global mental, neurological, and substance abuse disorder burden. This is a WHO study and also many other studies that we have had. A meta-analysis of community survey estimate in India, the prevalence of depression and anxiety has increased by 33 per 1,000 persons. As of today, we find prevention science is a rapidly advancing field and is at the point where a number of preventive interventions are being tried out and also documented in such a way we are able to see that there is an ability to change the developmental trajectories and reduce the negative outcome. So this is the kind of a scenario we have. And as I look at some of the aspects of present scenario of mental health, more recently, in many schools in Delhi, about which I know a little bit more than other states, we have been having counselors working in schools, helping children with different types of behavioral problems and mental illnesses. As you look at the whole thing from another important point which had bothered us in the past 2 years was pandemic. And the COVID-19 had brought in much more problems in mental illness and mental health area and brought about many mental health problems, not only to adults, but also to children and adolescents. Now, in this area, I would like to just talk about a little bit more on what really is a problem when we talk about pandemic or how did it affect us. One is that, children were withdrawn from school all of a sudden. And there was this abrupt withdrawal from school, as well as social life and outdoor activities, brought about considerable stress and anxiety in them. Second important thing is, right within the home, you had in quite a few houses, there were constricted places. So the conflict between the husband and wife came out in open, and children were experiencing even domestic violence at home. Stress directly impacted children's mental health and adolescents all the more on account of increased anxiety, changes in their diet, and school dynamic. More than anything else, they lost out on peer group relations. Most of them started using digital media for interacting with their friends, with their peer group, and so on. So many kinds of changes. And then the teachers started teaching online and again digital. And mostly it was technologically more oriented than interpersonal interaction. So this is the kind of situation that we are facing even today. Of course, all the schools have reopened, the colleges have reopened, the higher education institutes open. But having got used to it the last 2 years, being at home comfortably and learning, they all want to be right at home. They do not want to come out so easily as it used to be in the past. So now these are some of the problems that we are facing. And mental health definitely is affected to a great extent including depression, anxiety. These two are most widely discussed and also widely prevalent among the adolescents and even children. In school, we find quite a lot of them having this anxiety to a great extent. We also are now learning from the newspaper and otherwise how many youngsters are committing suicide or attempting suicide and also indulging in self-harm. So this is the scenario, Dr. Zeba, that I would like to start with. Remaining, I think, as you continue to moderate, we will try to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vimla ma'am. Thank you so much. As Vimla ma'am very correctly said, that there are various factors which are going on among the children and the youngsters nowadays. Moving on to Suresh sir, I would like to continue from where Vimla ma'am just left off. Being part of the psychology fraternity and working with the behavioral sciences, please would you kindly share some light on the mental health of children and the youngsters?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes. It is loading again.
Okay.
But sir, you are not visible.
Okay.
If you could turn on your video.
Yeah, and I'll do that. So good morning to all. Before session topic, organizer for selecting the topic, illness to well-being. As per my knowledge in mental health, as I can say that when you look at the number of sessions were carried out in mental health and psychology or behavioral sciences, most of the talks are related to illness or disease. But here there is an shift is focusing on that wellness and well-being component. And I'd like to thank the organizers for giving that wonderful opportunity. Ma'am, given that insights about the statistics and the present component of mental health and what are the components that need to be done. Now I'm going to add my bit of knowledge regarding that, mental health and well-being of children and adolescents. We'll start from the basic terms. Are we clear about the terms, what we are studying? For example, health. When you look at me, I'm not having any illness. Can you say I'm a healthy person? The question is, many people will say you are a healthy person because you are not having illness. Actually, it is a wrong perception we are having. Wrong perception, I can say that. What it says that when we look at that, the clear understanding about health, merely absence of illness or disease or disorder, you cannot claim that the person is unhealthy. Then whom is an unhealthy person? And we have to go to the WHO definition. They are very clear that they must have one completely physically, mentally, socially well-being. They must experience well-being. These components, we can say that the person is healthy. We'll move on to another thing. Who we can claim that just go on. I'm taking this session. Sorry. I think I connected through mobile phone. My son took the mobile. Sorry for the interrupt here. We'll move on to the next component, the mental health. So mental health, whom we can say that a mental health, healthy person. There are 4 components we have to check. If a person having these 4 components, including here the members over here, you can check these things. And if you are clear in these 4 components, you can claim that your mental health is good. Okay. The one is, how many of you can realize your own potential or own abilities? Can you able to say that these are my abilities, these are my potentials? And if you can say that, and your mental health is good, the first component. And second one is, I think every day we are facing a number of problems. It may be physical problem, emotional, social problem. How many of them we are able to cope those stress or problem? Second important quality. If you have the ability to cope your stress in day-to-day life and your mental health is good. And third one is, it's very important, I can say that, I think we are working. When we say that what are you doing every day or doing, how constantly, how fruitfully we are working for that academically or whatever may be the work we are taking up. And many people end up with that, no, I'm not having the satisfaction in the work, what I'm doing. And if it is so, the person's mental health is not good. And the final one is very important for mental health. You can claim that whether you can able to contribute for the welfare of the community, can able to contribute for the welfare of the community. If you do these four things and you can claim that your mental health is good, I can able to check these four components, whether I can able to understand my own potentials or abilities. If I'm not, I can say that when I was attending one of the interview, they asked me to write about my strength and weakness. For strength component, I wrote only 3 points. I'm saying that long back, but in the weakness, I wrote 21 points because I thought that I must be transparent to the employer. But they told me that the only reason we are not selecting because you are focusing on the negative rather than the positivity. Every one of us, we are having both positive and negative, but when we focus on negative and we focusing on the illness, I can say that you can able to see my fingers. If I look at my right side, I cannot able to see the left side. If I focus my illness, I cannot see the well-being of myself, my happiness. If I focus my happiness, I cannot see the illness. So in a given time, I can able to focus only one thing at a time. So we have to focus on the
Excuse me,
mental health.
Dr. Suresh,
Yes.
please excuse me.
Yes.
As I have seen, you were started with your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, actually, I tried, but it
Is it not
loading.
working? I found that I should let you know.
Okay.
Because you started with your PPT and now it is not visible to us.
Can you check now? Is it visible? Is it visible?
Not yet.
So
visible.
your screen is visible. Yes.
Now it is visible. Yes. I found I should let you know. Yes, please. Carry on.
So these are the points I given. Can I continue or
Please,
can I give
please,
the way
please,
to other members?
please, sir.
Thank you. I think the first part I'm taking about to making the members over here, many of us may have the wrong understanding about the key terms in mental health. And and another important thing, as I said in the beginning itself, I appreciated with that the organizer for selecting illness to well-being. And look at here this image. Traditionally, and I can give one very important point to the members over here. I don't know how many of you were aware about it. The number of studies carried out on behavioral sciences or psychology are focusing on more than 90% of studies focusing on illness, disease, or disorder. Stress, anxiety, and aggression. These are the components where focused. And how many studies focusing on the happiness, gratitude, forgiveness, emotional components, the positive emotions. When we look at these researchers are very less in numbers. I can say that after 1995, as per my knowledge, I may be wrong. I can say that the shift or focus on positive side changes right now. And I can give from the statistics given by Vimala ma'am. And she started with that, the various statistics about that mental health of children and adolescents. In a given time, we can take it. In any given time, we can able to find out maximum 20% of people are having problem. It may be cognitive, it may be emotional, or it may be behavior, or it may be social. Maximum 20%. What about the 80%? 80% of people are normal. Why we are not focusing on those 80% of people for the theory what we are studying in psychology? In behavioral sciences, we are focusing on only 2% of the populations are here. And this topic is focusing on well-being. And we can focus on the 80% of people when we increase that positivity and we can able to minimize the illness and diseases. And look at here. And traditional psychology focus on mentally unwell and disease and disorder. And the present days, there is a shift in among the researchers. We are focusing on positive psychology, the positive component, the functionings. It look at my happiness, how a person can be happy in their life, how they can lead the life more satisfied. And these are the components of interest of the researchers nowadays. And look at here, and these are the key terms you can able to see the positive psychology or the well-being researchers. They focus on the strength, they focus on that flourishing, they focus on the values or virtues they are having. They know the meaning of their life. They know the purpose, why they are here. and they have a better relationship. And I can say that for my counseling center, I'm getting more and more clients for related to that relationship conflict. And it is because of misconception about the relationship. And when they are focusing on the positivity, and they can able to mask that the negative components. For example, you can take me, if you ask me, am I good or bad? I'm the blend of both. But the dominant won't determine who am I. If I am having good quality, 65% or 51%, I'm a good person. The highest percentage quality what I'm having, that is my personality. The dominant will determine my personality. The same thing for here also. In illness and wellness, when you are having more wellness and you are a well-being person, you are shifting under wellness. We will move on to the, what is well-being. I think well-being, I can say that it is not a focus or an important area of research nowadays. Many people are not focusing on that because no one will come and say that I'm happy. But the many people will come and say that I'm not having happy. I'm having the problem in my life. They're happy to say that. Well-being is focusing on healthy and happy in their life. Whether I can able to feel happy and healthy. And whether I can experience health, I must pursue that, I must experience health from my perspective. And whether I'm leading my life happily. So these are the main important components of well-being. And when we look at that, well-being depends on many components. Very important thing, if your family members are okay, if your co-workers are okay, you will be okay. The quality relationship is very, very important for well-being. If you are having that dispute, if you are not having the poor relationship with your family members or the workplace or in the community or society, and there's a big question mark for your well-being. And how I'm experiencing emotions, I can ask a question to the members over here. Can you name anyone, please come forward or unmute yourself. Can you name any 5 emotions you may have aware about it? Any 5 emotions? Anyone? Other than happiness.
Sir,
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
reply. 5
Yes,
emotions
ma'am.
apart from happiness, fear, anxiety,
Yeah,
gratitude,
lovely.
love,
Love, amazing.
and companionship.
Companionship. And I'm really happy about it from your more positive person than negative one, because 3 positive emotions and 2 negative emotions.
Okay. Thank you,
But when
sir.
we put a question to the layman, yeah, we can able to see all the 5 emotions, they will say only negative. It's not a fault of them, I can say that it is the fault, it is because they were given exposure to only negative emotions. They are not given, I can say that there is a researcher called Barbara Fredrickson, and she has done 3 decades of research, and she come up with 10 core positive emotions. Gratitude, serene, hope, inspiration, interest, awfulness, amusement, love, and prideness. And these were the positive emotions. When we are having more positive emotions in our life in a day and we feel good, her theory is broaden and build theory. Broaden and build theory. We may have a 3 kind of state nowadays at present. You may feel good, you may not feel good, and you may feel average. These experiences you are having right now, it is because you started the day with the positive emotion. If you start with one positive emotion, the whole day will be positive. It's like a magnet, it attracts all the positive emotions. At the same time, when we start the day with one negative emotion, it will attract all the negativity. So that's why she insisted that you have to start a day with one positive emotions. And what could be the right positive emotion? She's given an answer for that question also. Gratitude. Gratitude is mother of all the positive emotions. When you practice gratitude, appreciate others, say something good for other members, smile them. And these are simple gratitude practices will make you a lot of change in your day. So positive emotions and resilience. And I, including members who are here, we had a lot of hurdles in our life. A lot of hurdles in our life. We may fall down and feel that how quickly we are come back from that adversity is very important, that we can call as a positive quality resilience. The resilience of the present generation is very, very low. I can say one of the statistics given by Vimala ma'am said that the second leading cause of death all over India in ASA is suicide. Why suicide is happening? Because when they life is over, they commit suicide. But when they are having the resilience, when they are having this resilience or high self-esteem, they will bounce back to the normal and they can be able to lead the life better. And second, third important thing is about, we can look at that, it depends on about realizing our potential. And there is an a saying is here, Anumar, he don't know his ability. Someone who come and say, then only he will realize. There are many people, I can say in my student, in my classroom, when I ask them, what are your strengths and can you list out? It is very difficult for them to narrate, including the same problem I had when I was facing the interview. I told them, focus on your strengths. Everyone we are having the weakness. Don't focus on the weakness. Where the solution focused therapy, when you focus on the problem will be bigger. I can give the best example. Look at my palm. If I keep my palm near to my eyes, I cannot see anything at all. If I keep my palm away, I can able to see. See where we are focusing. So we have to focus on the positivity rather than the negativity. It doesn't mean that there is no negative in a person. I'm not saying that you have to skip. Both we are having focus on the positive on an individual. I can say there is a relationship conflict among the couples or teacher and student are in the workplace. When you focus on that positive quality and they reciprocate. When you say some good thing about the person, they will say good thing about you. When you try to putting down one point and they will make a two attempt to putting it up. So realizing potential, knowing that good quality of us and others. And finally, we have to understand that how satisfied in our life, in a day, in our work, in our education. And that leads a very important component for well-being. And I will add on a few more points for I think. And there are many cross-sectional research and longitudinal experimental studies were carried out on well-being. They want to find out what is the association is there for well-being. If we are focusing on well-being, so what will be the benefit a person who can able to get? And we can able to see that self-perceived health. Someone will say that I must feel healthy. So that thing will come to the person when the person experiencing well-being. And longevity, and everyone is looking for, you want to live more years, and that could be done through happy life. And just imagine that if I'm depressed, I'm not having happiness, will I think that I have to lead my life longer day? No. And healthy behaviors, appropriate behaviors, socially accepted behaviors we can able to see. And the negative coping mechanism like addictions may not be there among the people who are focusing on well-being. And we can able to see that the mental and physical illnesses are very less when the person focusing on the well-being. Social connectedness. There is one interesting oxytocin, neurotransmitter is there, oxytocin. When we are socially connected, only it will be secreted. We think that when you are isolated, I think I can say the culprit is here, the mobile phone. We think that we are connected with more than 10,000 people online, but it won't give oxytocin. When you are connected with the people you love most nearby and surrounded by you, and you feel happy, happy hormones are 4. And 2 of them are addictive and 2 of them are good hormones, I can say. Oxytocin is one of them. When you are socially connected, you feel that. And productivity is a very important thing. Whatever the work we are making on attempt. We must be productive in my work or in my education, whatever it may be. And that could be done when I feel happy. I can give the best example. If I'm having aggression towards somebody else, if I'm jealous, if I'm anger towards somebody else, if I sit and read, is it possible for me to understand? It is very difficult. My productivity is very less. At the same time, if I'm happy and go and read, and I can able to understand very quickly. And there are many other components also there where we are there. The environment is also very important thing. There are 2 ways we can able to see. Just imagine the place where I'm here. It is a power cut now. Really, I had enjoyed privilege of fan and AC, but I'm not having that. My perception must be, I have to change the perception. I have to adapt to that. That could be done when we are having that well-being. So with the preliminary thing, I can start here. There are other points I will share in the second round of my presentation. I hope I justified that the first round opportunity given to me. Ma'am, over to you. Siva, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that enlightening talk. You are very right that we mostly focus on the negatives and the drawbacks rather than focusing on the positive aspects of life and being grateful for what we have been given. Moving on in the program, now I would like to call upon Dr. Shravani Chakravarti Acharya, that ma'am, since you are so closely connected to education and student life and children. Would you kindly tell us something about the mental health of children and how it is affected in today's times?
Thank you, Zeba, for calling me on board. And thank you for your noble introduction as well at the beginning. And before me, I was very eagerly listening to the two speakers, and both of them have focused on the well-being of the individual in general. And rather, my presentation will focus on the well-being, or rather social and emotional well-being of the children. And I did a little research on this, and based on that research and some desktop researches, I have made my presentation. So as your question goes, yes, of course, as an individual, we need to maintain our well-being. We need to maintain our mental balance. We need to keep ourselves off from the negative emotions, as Dr. Suresh has rightly pointed out. And we need to focus on happiness, as I was very excited to find the kind of examples he was presenting. Like if we turn our face in the left side, we cannot see the right side. So in the same way, if we turn always our face to anxieties, frustrations, or the negative emotions, we cannot see what is there in the other side, the happiness, the love, the emotions, all the positive emotions, so on. So how this is affecting the school children, how this is affecting the adolescents, that is also equally important, as because this adolescents, the school children, these are the future of the society, and they are connected with the different stakeholders of the society. Like rearing up a child is nowadays not only the sole responsibility of the parents, rather the responsibility is divided to the school teachers. And even if we see a little broadly, the responsibility is also shouldered indirectly by the school administrators, the school staffs, teachers. And if the child is specially able child, then we need to call upon the special educators. The peer group is there, so on and so forth, the community in totality as well. So I would like to focus on the children's mental health, their social and emotional well-being. And before I go straight to my presentation, I would like to share the screen. Is my screen visible? Could you please confirm?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible now.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So I'm here to speak on the social and emotional well-being, a focus on the learner's perspective. And to introduce myself, I am Dr. Shnauli Chakravarti Acharya. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Education, West Bengal State University, West Bengal, Kolkata, and as well as shouldering the responsibility of chairperson in the West Bengal chapter, Council for Educational Administration and Management. So the concept of well-being has been discussed in detail by my previous two eminent resource persons, but still there always should be some little introduction before we go to, or rather jump straight into the topic. Just in a nutshell, it includes certain positive emotions, and it denotes one's behavior and attitude as individual towards communities and nation, and how sustainable this is for his or her progress and future life. So concept of well-being is, though we are talking about well-being, that is individual well-being or individual of the, or well-being of the children, or rather personal well-being, but we cannot simply, confine it within the personal itself. Rather, it is extended. Well-being of a person depends on the well-being of the communities. Rather, there are several factors those are responsible for the well-being of a person, even the nation, and how sustainable this is for his or her progress and future life. So well-being is not momentum. Well-being is not for a second. Say, for instance, I'm feeling well from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. It's not simply like that. Well-being is a feeling, sustainable feeling that we need to nurture throughout our life. There are several types of well-being. Here, 4 have been presented. Of course, the session is open to all the participants. If they suggest, I would like to share different other kinds of well-being as well. So here, the slide presents 4 kinds of well-being: social well-being, emotional well-being, physical well-being, and workplace well-being. And these are, in general, the different kinds of well-being, which in totality denotes or entails for the well-being of an individual. And there are certain well-being points as well. There might be low well-being, might be improved, or might be high well-being. But just to exemplify, like I'm feeling a little good. That means my well-being is in a very low process. I am more confident and I could do things of my own, or rather I could take my decisions on my own. But sometimes I need to take help of my guardians, my parents, my school teachers from the perspective of the school children, or I need to take the help regarding decision making from my authority kind of thing. So I am in a middle position, like my well-being is improved. But if I am in a high well-being status, I could do things on myself. In the sense, I am independent in my thinking process. I'm independent in my totality. I'm independent in I'm fixed in a good mindset, so that I could take my decisions in my own, and I never feel hesitant what to do and not to do. I should not hover around between, oh, I could do this, rather I could stop now and do it a bit later. No, let me stop and do it a little tomorrow, kind of thing will never happen to me. I will take firm decisions and move forward. Now, why is it significant? So there are several research works been done on this area. I have just mentioned a little bit on it because my views should be supported by certain research works. So education, the key agent to build up the values, life skills of children to lead a healthy life. It has been stated in the Incheon Declaration and SDG 4, Education 2030 Framework for Education, 2016. So it has been well researched and established by this declaration that education is the key agent to build up the values. So at the beginning only, I said that my presentation, or rather discussion, will focus on the educational aspect, as because I belong to the education discipline. So it's my, you could say, my way of thinking is always from the educational perspective. So education, the key agent to build up the values and life skills of children. Education is the best for everything, especially base for the value, developing the value system, thinking process, developing the personality, and unfolding the full potentiality for children. And UNESCO has also supported that. UNESCO Strategy on Education for Health and Wellbeing, 2016, it has also supported that health and well-being for children and young generations should be the prime objective of education. And social and emotional learning is definitely it forms a very firm part of it, as because it helps apprehend different forms of inequality in society, establishes trusting and collaborative learning environments, and demands a meaningful curriculum and instruction followed by a process of evaluation. So social and emotional well-being is the thought process or the thing to be practiced. And from there on, we are now moving towards how to teach or how to practice social and emotional well-being to the school children, to the adolescents, and this has been termed as social and emotional learning, which has been conceived from all these policies that has been framed by UNESCO and Ancient Declaration. And it has been termed as social and emotional learning. And as we could find that there are different universities, different educational institutions in the world. Might be the number is less in number, but they have already introduced a social and emotional learning in the curriculum, as because it has tremendous effect. It has tremendous impact in developing a healthy mind of a child. And the thing we need to practice, if we learn it a little bit, if we learn how to nurture it, then that could prove more effective. That way, the policy makers or the policies have suggested for social and emotional learning to be included in the curriculum of the school children. So here are certain research works that I have cited. I will not go very detailed on these researches. Rather, participants, my learned friends could go through it. And here I have tried to find out the relation between positive teacher-student relationship and students' academic and social development. So how the positive teacher-student relationship affects students' academic and social development. Say in the school, there are of course many stakeholders, the administrators, also parents are a part of the school education. The staffs are there, the peer groups are there, but mostly the students are related to the teacher. Therefore, a positive teacher-student relationship always proves to be very helpful in developing positive energy in them, in developing a positive mindset to learn each and everything, be creative, be innovative in their learning, and finally, the outcome reflects in their academic achievement. I will just like to read out one or two of all these research works. So teachers who experience close relationships with students reported that their students were less likely to avoid school, appear more self-directed, cooperative, and engaged in learning. So if teachers come forward to make a very congenial relationship with the students and impress them, and if the students are much younger, say in the primary stage, or might be in the 5th or 6th standard, they develop a very rich relationship. If they are able to develop a rich relationship with the students will definitely feel a home-like environment in the school, and they will never hesitate to come. And there are certain reasons why usually students try to avoid the school, like if they're not done with their studies, if they're not finished up their homework, they usually feel hesitant. But they never feel hesitant to, appear before their mother if the mother teaches that student at home, that boy at home or the girl at home, as because they have that homely atmosphere, they have a very good positive relationship among them. If the same kind of relationship could be developed among teacher and student in the educational institutions, the same kind of feeling will be developed in the student, and they will never feel hesitant to attend the school, despite their works are not done in proper time. Might be in a few cases, not exactly the teacher will be able to, console him or leave him if he doesn't attend the homework for each and every time. And study examining teacher-student relationships throughout elementary school, 1st through 5th grade, found that teacher-student closeness linked to gains in reading achievement, while teacher-student conflict related to lower levels of reading achievement. So it has a direct effect even in the achievement of the students. And this research has been done in the primary grades of the students. But if not, that be proved through research work, but we could easily assume that the same could happen in case of the upper primary classes, say from 5 to 8, or even in the secondary classes as well. And now just the opposite side of the coin, like relation between negative teacher-student relationship and students' academic development. So if exactly the thing gets a reverse position, what will happen? Teachers having negative relationships with a student show frustration, irritability, anger, and sarcastic comments towards them. And this sarcastic comments, they usually come from the adolescents. So to avoid this kind of uncanny situations within the classroom, the role of the teacher gets very vital so that they could develop a good relationship with the students. And they are also, this negative relationship, once they are developed among a teacher and the student, it is also very stressful both for the teachers and for the students. And this has been supported by several research studies, which I have mentioned in the third point in this slide. Let's move on. And here is a quotation by Jean Deleuze, the chairman of the International Commission on Education for the 21st Century, Learning the Treasure Within, which all of us here are aware with. So here is a quotation from his report. There is therefore every reason to place renewed emphasis on the moral and cultural dimensions of education. And we could easily assume that development of the value system is actually developing a good and positive value system actually directs towards a very positive mindset. So it's enabling each person to grasp the individuality of other people and to understand the world's erratic progression towards a certain unity. But this process must begin with self-understanding through an inner voyage whose milestones are knowledge, meditation, and the practice of self-criticism. So let me refer again to Dr. Suresh, who's repeatedly talking about the positive emotions. Here are, he might be happy to find that there are examples of many other positive emotions, which has been pointed out in Learning the Treasure Within policy report. And they have highly recommended for the development, for the unfolding of this kind of positive emotions in the children. Now, as my presentation is based on the research, little bit of research, I have mentioned here two theories. This is theoretical underpinning number one. Here I have tried to mention the research work by Martin Seligman and Stephen Meyer, 1965, and the theory is called learned helplessness. So I have tried to connect this theory of learned helplessness to the development of social and emotional learning in the children. So learned helplessness, as the name implies, is a phenomenon observed in both humans and other animals when they have been conditioned to expect pain, suffering, or discomfort without a way to escape it. So it's a very surprising, very hilarious kind of experience when a person or a child, let us talk about the school children, the child only, when he or she develops learned helplessness within himself. So it is a phenomenon which is observed when one is conditioned to expect pain. That is, I am conditioned, say for instance, I am conditioned in such a way that I can only expect pain from certain activities or from certain events. Let me exemplify a little bit. Like I am a student of class 8 and I am here to appear the annual exam of class 8. So what will happen in my exam? Either I will secure a good marks, either I will not be able to reach to my desired goal, desired marks, or rather I will get a very low marks. So these are the options, very general options that could happen when we usually appear in an examination. But if I have developed learned helplessness within myself, I will be conditioned to expect only the pain. That is, I will be choosing only the third option, that even if I learn a lot, even if I do a lot of hard work, even if I be studious for the last 1 month, I'm not going to get good marks in the exam, rather I could fail. So this is the kind of sense that a person develops, and this kind of emotions, or rather the feeling of anxiety, feeling of frustration, has been named by learned helplessness by Martin Seligman and Stephen Meyer. And a participant comprising the situations in which they have no control results in 3 kinds of deficits, according to Abramson, Seligman, and Teasdale. So when people have developed such kind of learned helplessness, they have the cognitive deficit, they have the motivational deficit and the emotional deficit as well. So cognitive deficit are the circumstances that are uncontrollable, because by cognitive domain, we mean the intellectual domain, and that is all the work of our brain. So if my brain is conditioned to do something, or rather expect something, sometimes it gets beyond even my control. So circumstances are uncontrollable. Motivational is the lack of response to escape a negative situation. So I myself, as a victim of learned helplessness, has developed my mindset in such a way that a lack of response is there from my inner side to escape a negative situation. That always happens to me. And finally, the emotional deficit, that is the depressed state. One feels that situation is not under his control. So emotionally, he gets so weak, so depressed, so alone, that he is not in a state to, he feels like everything is beyond his control. He cannot control his mind. He cannot control his activities, so on and so forth. And finally,
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, ma'am. Could you please just...
Am I done with my time?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, we will be asking you more questions, so...
Okay, fine. So should I stop here, and I could be
No,
hopeful
ma'am.
to
If you
get
could
a
just
little
wrap
bit
up in
chance
5
more?
minutes. If you
Okay,
could just
fine.
wrap up.
I
in
could
5
stop here. No problem. Thank you so
Ma'am,
much.
you can
because-
wrap it up in 5 minutes, so that's okay.
Okay, fine. I could then wrap it up after I finish this theory one, right?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
So finally, it culminates into early academic failure or low academic self-esteem in the learners. And those who feel that they are unable to succeed are likely to put much effort in their schoolwork, which decreases their chances of success, leading to even less motivation and effort. So finally, when one has developed this learned helplessness, it culminates into several academic failure if the person or if the individual is a school-going child, and they feel frustrated, and it directly impact to their academic achievement. It decreases their chances of success, even leading to less motivation and effort. And most significantly, there is also developed some scales to measure the learned helplessness. It's called the learned helplessness scale, developed by Quinless and Nelson to capture and calculate a score for learned helplessness. So if one is victimized with learned helplessness, we have a scale ready with us to measure to what extent the child is suffering from learned helplessness, and subsequently we could find out ways to get out of him of that situation. So I feel I should stop here right now, and I would be happy if I get questions regarding this theory, or rather what I have presented, or if I will be happy if I could able to address several other queries from the participant side as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving ahead, I would like to address my next query to Vimla ma'am. Ma'am, according to the NCRB reports, there are 35 suicides among teenage students every day. This report was as recent as 2021. And since you were also focusing on the suicides that is happening among youngsters today, with the explosion of social media, nobody's alone nowadays. Everyone has thousands of friends, and yet they say that people have never been lonelier. So, Vimla ma'am, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am very much here. Tell me.
So, ma'am, apart from the social media explosion and the like, what other factors of modern times do you think is instigating the youngsters to commit suicides at such large scale today?
Yeah. Actually, social media has been kind of blamed most of the time for this kind of aberrant behavior. Actually, there are many other issues. It is not just related to one single individual. A student of class 10 or 12 naturally appeared for his board exam there is a lot of stress, there is a lot of tension, there is also a fear of failure and the parental pressure.
Sorry, I'm
We all
interrupting,
know
ma'am.
about them. Yeah.
Ma'am, could you please turn on your video so that you will be on focus and we'll be able to see you while you're speaking?
As I said, there may be a problem of audio going haywire. Okay. So the whole
Yes,
issue
ma'am.
is, while all the 4 factors like, exam pressure, parental pressure, fear of failure, many other things are definitely part of suicidal tendency. It is not that every child is having a tendency to commit suicide or attempt suicide. The issue here is there are certain individual factors which are, I would say, predisposition towards certain abnormality, which added to such pressure and stress make a person think of, such extreme step. In addition, there are very many more factors: parental discord, parental problem, and conflict in the school, with the teacher, with the peer, and also one's own self-image, one's own, all of you were talking about positive feeling about oneself. Yes, yeah, very often there is a tendency to think poorly of oneself. How does this come about? This comes because as a child, if you're told, oh, Ram is a very good boy, Ram feels great and he feels that, okay, I'm a good boy. Ram is bad, he is not good. Now he starts getting, okay, Ram is not good enough. Now from here, this small little 2-year-old gets an idea about himself and it goes on building up. Normally, in course of one's life, things get erased out, everything becomes okay. Many positive experiences come about along with negative ones. But if the negatives are more than positive, naturally it has a deleterious effect. If both of it are positive, then the person feels more confident about himself. The other day, somebody was asking, why is it that so and so is not confident? Now, when you talk about confidence in oneself, first of all, you should feel confident about yourself in order to make others have confidence in you. The same thing when a person starts feeling down and out, he should feel that I have a control over myself. I don't have to think so poorly about myself, and so I don't have to end my life. He should be he or she should be such a person who must have some control over his own ability. Nobody can come and counsel you and make your approach or idea about yourself change. Nobody can come and tell you, come on, have control over yourself. No, the control has to come from within. And that control, your brain or your mind is in your control. Can I come and control it? No. And this is the kind of a problem that our children face. They think that somebody is going to come and help. The peer will help, the parents will help, and they feel lost when no help comes about. What is required here is a kind of approach to the children to make them feel confident about themselves, to make them feel, yes, you are under your own control. Your mind is in your control. Your emotions are under your control. In fact, emotions, as the other speaker was talking about, emotions are ones where you face it. Then when you are angry, you face it, you label it. What is your emotion like? Yes, it is anger. Fine. Now, I am facing anger. The moment I know this is anger, I start thinking about it. Why am I angry? What has made me angry? To what extent these are justified? Anger isn't justified. So a little bit of thinking, a little bit of helping them to understand what exactly is the emotion, how he or she can control the emotion, for all very important to keep off the person from taking extreme step. And as I said, the reasons when you ask me is about, the point here is that it is not just outside, it is not external factors only. Yes, external factors do play a role, but from within what you have is much more important. How strong you can make your child grow up, how strong you can make a person feel confident about himself, have a control over himself, is more important in keeping him off from that extreme step.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You're very right that whatever control is required must come from within and not just from external. So moving on from here, Dr. Suresh, since you were talking about positive psychology and how therapies involving the children and parents can be done together, how do you think positive emotions can be encouraged among the teenagers, and how can the parents promote this, or the parental relations? Because especially nowadays, everyone is residing in nuclear families. So in these times where maybe both parents are working, so, how can they give that much of time and care to their children, the growing teenagers, to promote positive emotions?
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for putting an amazing questions to me. The answer for the question is very simple. I can say, where we'll find a problem, there we can find a solution also. So I take a minute to share my screen, so that will give on some insight for you.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Okay, so this is about the statistics. We all know about it. I'm skipping the statistics. I move on to that. Here is the thing. As you said, what are the strategy? We can take it for taking care of our mental health as well as emotional component and our relationship. There are many strategies are there to taking care of our mental health and well-being. And these are the things I can say. There are 7 major areas are there: the physical, emotional, social, cognitive, spiritual, environmental, and behavioral. So as your question is lying on that emotional and social component, I will let you know what are the things a person can do. So emotional strategies are be aware about it. And when we ask the parents and the child whether they are practicing it, it is a big question mark. Many of us, we are not practicing it. I can say, if I am having the pain, if someone has hurted me, I think that if I share the feeling to someone else, it will be revealed it is not the right one. But actually what the study is saying that when we are having the pain, it must be shared to someone else, the close friends or the family members. When you suppress, the repressed emotions are the root cause for the severe mental health problem later stages, according to Sigmund Freud. So what we can do, when we are having emotional pain, it is immediately you have to open up your feeling to someone else. It may be anything. If you couldn't find out the right, reliable person, what you can do, if you have the faith on the God, share your feeling to God. So the first thing you can do that. And second one is practice positive emotions. As I said, I think, Professor, you given that more positive emotions rather than negative emotions. But when we ask adolescents, when we ask that the children, they may not aware about the positive emotions. If I know what is good, what is not good, I can focus on the good thing. That's why I still remember when I'm going to school days, my mom asked to take spinach, and I'll say that I don't want it. And bitter gourd also, she used to say that these are the health benefits. After she narrating and giving the details, she actually given the psychoeducation. The same way we can give it for the positive emotions also. When we are practicing positive emotions, what are the benefit out of that? And nowadays the children and adolescents are more proactive, and they're asking, if I do, what will be the benefit for me? We have to list out the benefit first, then they will practice it. And one more thing, when we are listing out the benefit, and we have to say them, what are the positive emotions? I can say, nowadays, look at my parent, my mother. She will ask, are you okay? My tone itself, she will say that, no, you are not okay. Tell me what's the problem. But the present generation, are they able to find out the emotions of others by looking at the face? Because when we are, most of the time we are spending with mobile phone, we don't know what kind of emotional experiences that will be revealed in the face of other person. So we fail. So the practice of positive emotions, understanding that good and bad emotions need to be cultivated. And second one is forgiveness. We'll come back to the law. Forgiveness is a very important thing. If I'm angry with you, it's like a holding on fire on my hand. which means I'm anger. If it is increases, it hurt me, not you. So that understanding I have to create in a person. When we forgive others, we are releasing the fire what we are having in our hand. It is very, very important thing for our well-being. And I quote one of the serial killer confession. He killed more than 31 women, and he was put it in a trial, and everyone trying to beat him and kill him. But after 16 parents and family members, the 17th person who came and said that he narrated that the pain he had because his child was murdered by him. And he told that these are the pain I undergone, but I want to forgive you. When I hear this word, the man who never reacted for any other thing, and he cried and said that I have done something wrong. So forgiveness is very important thing. Forgive not only others, forgive ourselves. There are many mistakes we have done in our life. Are we forgiving the mistake what we have done? And the forgiveness diary we can chart in a day that need to be done. And emotional awareness. Understanding is very important, and managing and regulating that could be done only when we are understanding. The emotional awareness need to be inculcated, and it is a duty of the parent, even though there are, when we say that we are a nuclear family, we are not having the provisions. Yes, there are provisions are there. There are many organizations are there. Even social media help us to understand our emotions. I can say that APA and even there are many associations in India, they are coming with posters. They are creating awareness. So we can allow them to access those content and they can get clarity. And random act of kindness. When someone is in need of help, what we can do? We can go and say that, see, smile, the simple thing is you smile the person. I can give one example. So one of my professor, so every day when you are going to college, and he asked one of the students, did you had your breakfast? He never asked anything. How are you? After hearing the words, he cried. And he was afraid whether am I asked wrong question to her, what happening? And she told me that I'm in a family, I'm in no one in my family asking these questions for the word. I felt very emotionally connected. Single word, did you had your breakfast? There are many people are not having such a support system. And random act of kindness, when you find someone, be happy with them. And finally, love. I think be a child. There are 3 personalities in us: child, adult, and parenting. Child personality, you have to nourish. You have to feed that child personality. Don't bother about others. You feel happy because we know that the benefit out of being happy. And whenever it's possible, you can do that. It may be external or it may be internal, and surround the people with that. And family and social system. This is I like to add on the final point here. There is one therapy according to Sigmund Freud, catharsis. Nothing but venting out our feeling. Open up and talk. See, when I'm having the feeling, just imagine that my friend is there. If I'm going and saying that these are my problem, I feel relaxed. I feel relieved, 0.5%. If I'm getting the solution, I will be okay. And whether we are having the close friend circle, like, I'll put a question to my friends. If you are having close friends, 4 to 5 members, you can able to make a call at any time and you can share your feeling and you are blessed. And if you are not having, so don't worry about it. There is a way we can able to do that. When you have that faith on spiritual thing, you can go and share your feelings. It is must. Share your emotional feeling. Don't dump into your heart, dump into your mind. And that will manifest, and it's like sowing a seed, and it will become a tree in one day. It's a problem for the future. And one more thing, we have to connect and network with other members. I think this COVID period, I can say I'm a blessed. So it is an opportunity I took. When the lockdown was announced, I started a webinar series called Promoting Mental Health Awareness. Now it is on 1,200 webinar sessions I have conducted, more than 800 participants around the world. And these things I'm connected. Now I'm known to many people. I can say ma'am is known to me because of that only. When the people who are participated, they know, okay, there is a person who can able to. And my knowledge, what I'm sharing here, purely I taken away from that webinar series. I'm frankly say that even though I'm having the degrees and I have done those things, and when I'm listening the other members, I got these informations. And one more thing, the related to family and social components, we have to surround the people who are talking about positive quality of us. Whether we are having such a surroundings, I can say it is many of them, they are not having such a thing. And if they are not having, be an instrument, be the one to find out good quality of the person. And I still remember when I go to the particular friend, I feel more uncomfortable. And I can say that used to call myself positive mental health practitioner. It is because I feel more comfortable being in the positive side. Because when I'm getting more and more negative side, I feel I'm more negative. So what we are getting, that will be, that is the thing. Surround yourself with the positive people. And explore the nature. It's very important thing, exploring the nature. If you are adventurous, and if you are not adventurous, read the books. It's also explore many components. It open the doors of many. And final thing I can say for social thing, in a community, we need to help others. It's a very important thing. And many people, for example, if I get something from my friend, when I'm having that thing, I will be happy for that moment only. If I give something, that memory, it will be there until my death, I will be happy. When someone, my student is uplifted and they are in a better position, I will say that, when he was down, I was the one who helped me. So when we're doing a small thing, and there are two kind of people we can able to see in the elderly after 40 plus. One people, they find fault in others, complaining, and they will be very depressed. And the other one, they will be happy. Why the people are happy? Because those days they volunteer, they help to many people. So what I can say that volunteer to help your family members first. Volunteer and help your community and your society, wherever you are there. When someone is need a help, you can do that. When we do that, you cannot expect that we can get the benefit immediately, but the benefit will come to you definitely at any point of time. So with that, I can stop here. I hope I given the answer. Even the nuclear family, they can use these strategies for taking care of their social and emotional component.
Thank you so much, Suresh sir. You not only gave the answer, but you explained with such real life examples that, it makes it much easier to relate and understand. Thank you so much.
Zeba,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, Zeba, at this point, I would like to intervene a little bit, though I'm not expected to do that. But still, I cannot stop myself just to, acknowledge Dr. Suresh's view. And his speech was so engaging and so exciting. It was so soothing. It's like he did a 10 minutes counseling, which I felt, this is my personal view. That is, he is in a counseling session and I'm just sitting before him. And but just one question arose in my mind out of your deliberations. You have said that nowadays, the children they are very much logical. If you ask them to do something, they always ask for what is the benefit. Even I am also a mother of twin and they are teenagers, and I have same experience at my home. They always ask for the benefits. Now, my question is, don't you feel that the children of the present time, though they don't have that much tolerance to listen to you for more than 1 minute? Like if you ask him something to do and you are asking, said, yes, let me now explain the benefit of it, say for what is the benefit of having bitter gourds, will they devote that time to you? Will they listen to you consistently? So what is your prescription for that?
Ma'am, it is I think every house has a door, windows. The same thing happened to my house also, but I will let you know the same situation happened in my family. When I asked my son go to the shop, I give an authority, go and buy something. He said, no, I will not go. And I tried to convince him in a politely, he said no. When he said no, my mom came and said that, do you know, when I say my grandson, he will do whatever I say. She started in that way. Second one is, he is the most dynamic and most enthusiastic person, and he will run like a butterfly and he'll come back. And third one, she called me, can you go and buy something? He immediately went there. See what she has done. My intention is to send him to buy something in a nearby shop. I made a way in which, because I'm a father, here I'm a parenting is very predominant. But my mother is preparing, she has an experience and she preparing him. She know how we can able to make the thing happen. So I can say that why the teenage children are not listening to us, because when we were as a parent, we were not a friend to them. We ordered them from the day one onwards, from first year, second year. At one point of time, the saturation will be there. Okay, if I say no, and they will look at the reaction of us. If there is no response, they will continue. So that is the thing happening. And one more thing, definitely someone in our family, someone in their friend circle, they can listen to them. Definitely they will listen to them. And if they are not listening, we try to find out those people. From them, we can able to convey the message. For my son, my eldest son is on, when their friends say something, he will listen. So what I will do, I will invite them, their friends, I will bring them to the nearby shop and buy something for them and convey the message to them. So that is the way I'm getting the work from my son. So
So
it
the
is happening.
parents need to strategize innovatively to make them work.
Definitely, ma'am. Otherwise,
Thank
we
you.
cannot.
Thank you for your
I can
insight.
say, my mother is an uneducated, and she know how to get a work from my son. If I'm educated, if I don't know, I'm illiterate. That. So we have to learn these skills.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I just want to tell tell something that it's a real blessing to have the grandparents at home.
Yes, ma'am.
It's really a blessing because nowadays we really miss them, and the families being nuclear, most of the families. So that is really a blessing, as you said. The way we, the way we convey things to our children, and they do to their grandchildren, is very different, and that's very important. That grandparents really have a good influence and very positive influence on the child development process.
Parents are cognitively connected.
Yes,
Super
and
emotionally connected.
yes, that's
Emotionally,
right.
absolutely.
Emotionally. That's
So,
right.
so as Shnauli ma'am said that she felt it's a counseling session, I had the feeling that, I'm back in my master's class and I have a very interesting teacher giving a very interesting lesson and I'm learning something new for the first time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And it's really enlightening. Shnauli ma'am, I was thinking of asking you, since sir said surrounding yourself with positive people is very important. And we know that on everyday basis, it is the teachers that, the students spend 4 to 5 hours with every single day. So I want you to say that how can the teachers promote positive mental health among the students? The youngsters, maybe the middle school children or the adolescent, what role can they play in promoting it?
Okay. Thank you, Zeva, for your question. And considering me the best possible person to, answer this one. As far as my point of view goes, here I would like to go back a little, back, and I would like to refer to the very basic books on education, where we find the role of teachers. And one of the point there is mentioned, which is very common to each and every book, irrespective of written by which author, doesn't matter. So the first point is like that a teacher should be a role model for the students, right? So role model in the sense, the way he will behave or she will behave, the way she will speak, the way she will, deliver the lesson in the class, the way she will behave outside the class. And if a child is feeling sick, means something unusual other than the teaching learning process. If a child feels sick or undergone a very traumatic situation in his home, comes to his teacher, how the teacher deals with that, it impacts a lot on the children, as because they have a very soft mind. And now if we take the instances of our life, we could easily recognize or remember various incidents in our school life. Rather, we cannot be able to remember what has happened in our university life. So that is not specifically, or not so much in detail. It's like that, yes, we have such friends and so on. But the teachers, I think everyone will be with the same opinion with me, like the way school teachers have impacted us, not the higher education teacher being able to. There might be many reasons behind this, and this is not the platform to go into that kind of discussion. But what I mean to say is the teacher actually, by his behavior, by his way of speaking, could promote a very positive environment in the classroom. Say, for instance, I could exemplify my views, like a teacher when comes to the class, let us consider two teachers. Teacher one comes to the class and he teaches something, and he is very strict, he is very disciplined. No, I should not use the word strict, because most of the time we take the word strict in the negative sense. He is very disciplined, and he is very punctual, and he is very structured and systematic, calls for the students, gives regular homework, kind of thing. Teacher two, he comes to the class and he teaches. Of course, he teaches, he gives homework, he punishes also many times, but sometimes makes himself free, sometimes feels the students, sometimes talks to them, and say in a month allots a class only for storytelling, only for discussing their views. So from a very general point of view, which teacher do we prefer as a student? Of course, teacher two. So this is the kind of positive environment a teacher could create in the classroom. A teacher could create within himself a positive mindset and also practice it, so that the student will grow up looking into those qualities of the teacher, and they will try to imbibe them in their personalities. Like, I would like to again exemplify another thing. Like, sometimes you could get that mothers are saying, I asked my boy to do the sum in this formula, but he has learned to do the sum in another formula in the class. His teacher has told to do that. Both the way of doing the sum is right, but he immediately negates me as if I don't know anything. So here comes the impact of the teacher. Like, just as I would like to refer to Dr. Suresh, like the way he ordered his boy, he is not able to make his boy work or go to the shop. Rather, his grandmother comes, and the way she speaks, the child feels very eager to, and he runs to the shop and comes with a particular thing. So this is the impact of the teacher as well. If a teacher could create that kind of positive energy in himself, positive personality, positive vibes in the classroom, of course, the students will learn that, practice it unconsciously in their subconscious mind, and that will automatically reflect in their personality in their later life. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit I want to
Thank you
share
so much, ma'am.
something.
Yes, Dr. Azmi.
Yes, I mean, very well said, Professor Dr. Shawnee. I also had the experience when I was taking class in the university. I was experiencing that I invited questions from my students and learners, but they never used to ask questions in the class. I was very upset. Because I prefer the session should be very interactive, and they should not be passive listeners. But then after coaxing them, they came out with the remark, ma'am, we were never asked to, to clarify our doubts. Whenever we used to question, we were reprimanded by the teachers to keep quiet, don't ask stupid questions. So we are very, very apprehensive whether the question that we will ask, the questions that we will put before you will sound stupid. So they are so apprehensive. So see the impact of teachers.
Of course.
It's so very, I mean, it's really something very important. School teachers, they have a very great impact. And when they were stopped from questioning the teachers, they never bothered in the higher education also to ask the questions, because they were so apprehensive, they're hesitant. They might sound idiotic. So teachers, I think, should also be tolerant of the mistakes that students make. That will have a positive impact.
And at this point, I would like to inform my participants that this is supposed to be an interactive session. You are most welcome to drop your questions in the chat box. We will be more than glad to answer your queries. And Professor Vimla, ma'am, are you there? Yes, ma'am.
I have heard both Dr. Suresh and Dr. Acharya very well presented, and they were able to put across actually what is happening in terms of teacher and other things. Right now, as I find,
Yep.
we require to understand why students are having depression, anxiety, mentally they are kind of confused, mentally they are disturbed. What is it that's happening which is contributing? One, we were talking about pandemic, which had brought about this kind of situation where their schools had to close, they had to stay home and do things. So many things that happened, and the teachers had to change their strategy as to how to teach, what to do, and their approach to students also changed and so on. Now, what I have been seeing among students is the depression, which is particularly common. And I find around 80% of cases begin this kind of depression, even at an early age of children, a class 5, 6, or 7 class students having depression. Now, do we really call it a disorder? Do we really call it a problem? Do we really call it a psychiatric disorder? No. Depression and anxiety are common to all of us. And depression would come when we are frustrated, we are not given what we do, when there is some kind of perception on my part that things are being unjust towards me, and so on. Now, many things that are happening right within the school. WHO also says, create a safer environment for children. Only then they will not have this kind of depression, anxiety, and so on. Now, when we talk about safer environment, what exactly we have in mind? What kind of safety are we? We know in the last couple of years, you must have all read also in the papers, the kind of problem that certain schools have faced and children have faced. Even a child had been murdered. So many things are happening, and which have made us to in the school to have CCTV everywhere and trying to get a lot of security arrangement for the children. But is at all required? As one of you very correctly said, the teacher is the main person who is a role model for all other, for her students rather. Many times I have seen students worshipping their teacher rather than anything else. At home, when the mother says something, the child will immediately say, "No, my teacher said this, you are wrong." So to that extent, they have complete confidence, complete trust, and with their teacher. Now, if that is so, why the school has unsafe environment? What exactly we mean by unsafe environment? Here is the problem where there are not only children who have depression or anxiety or certain problem, mental health problem, but also your teachers who have too. And to what extent we give, many times this is happening even to you and me also. Sometimes we carry our home to the school. We carry our, quarrel at home to the school. We are upset at home, we bring that upset to the school. Now, this has its own impact on children. Many times, we all try to overcome, but there are quite a few amongst us who really cannot overcome the same. And that is one of the reasons why it passes on to children also. Apart from this, another important thing that I thought of was, in this century, rather, the role of teachers in the 21st century has been changing considerably. Particularly, we are now emphasizing on mediated learning as compared to what it used to be before. And the teacher has to be a digital teacher. Very often what happens is, a digital teacher is not really a digital. She is unable to come up to the a required expectation for various reasons. You know, if you ask me today, go and do something on digital or, even, when we have additions and all, we have digital additions. I just cannot do it because I'm still not into it. Similarly, there are many teachers who do not, gear themselves up to a certain thing. So what happens here is they are not confident themselves in what they are doing. And teachers are not, they still think they have to teach, they have to talk. They have to not listen, but have to talk. And children have to listen. Now, this teacher, the role is different now. They are more facilitators now for the learning of students. And they are now responsible for, more importantly, according to our NEP 2020 and all, they are now responsible for training students toward employability skills. Now, so many things have changed, and have our teachers changed towards it? Does it impact on our children? This is a question which we have to answer. And this is what I would call an environment where there should be a trust and a faith, not only in it, but also I should be knowledgeable. I should be in line with what is happening in terms of change and all. If I am not, then I cannot expect my children or my students to be at that level. This causes depression, this causes anxiety in children, this causes considerable stress in children. Now, one more last thing, because I think there are so many other questions will be coming up. Some of the important current issues that affect our teenage mental health is that half of the mental health disorders, as all of you know, start in adolescence. Or you are all quite familiar with that idea. As I said, not only depression, but also we know about anxiety, we have got stress. Many other disorders also coming up. But as I initially in my talk, I said, these are not in every child, not every student. Every student is not abnormal. But there are some who do have this problem because of the predisposition due to so many reasons. So detect these and treat such disorders really. This is where your counselor in the school should be able to help the parents and the children to get over this kind of mental health problem that are coming up. As you all correctly said, family, school staff, community, all of them are important when we consider their social support for children. And social support makes for a long-term difference in making a child feel comfortable. How much are all we teachers, parents, and the community, how much are we putting in effort to make a child comfortable? No, we take it for granted that what child is and what I am saying is going to be the anything. So these are some of the things that I thought I will talk. As we continue, we'll talk about it more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's clear that 40 years of teaching experience was really visible in the short talk that you gave us. It was really informative. Thank you so much, ma'am. We have a question from one of our participants, Jyoti Sidna, and I would like to open the question to the panel, anyone who wishes to answer. She's asking that, do you think the teachers are not using critical pedagogy in classroom lecture nowadays? And that's why students are not much interested in classroom learning. Rather, they depend on Google search much more. So what are your views on that?
Would you expect me to answer? Okay, Dr. Suresh, please continue.
Thank you, Professor. Regarding this, I still remember my teachers, because we look at that the transformation, what happened. I can say that out of 8 teachers, only 2 of them are creative in nature. They are more critical. They enable us to think by us. The remaining were, they given the notes. I still remember, and it happened long back. So, okay, we accept it. We come to the present generation. I think we were not access to internet. So when they are giving information, it is a highly accepted one. But now the generation with that ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, everything, in a single click, all the information, whatever they needed, they can able to get. I still remember there are few teachers. They are making mistakes in the class. Students will ask questions only when they know the answer. Only when they know the answer, when they find something wrong in the teacher's presentation. And this is the clarity a teacher must have in the class. The student is asking a question to the teacher, she made a mistake. And it is nothing wrong in accepting the mistake what we have done. But the teacher justifies that, and she is putting more and more question to the student. And there is a question in front of the faculty members here. Why students are not asking question? I wonder, I think when they were introducing me, they said I'm teaching few other universities also. So it is very easy for me to teach my students because they will not ask a single question. So it is easy. But when I teach that then African University, we have the mindset about the learners. It is for 1.5 hour session. I took only 30 minutes, remaining 1 hour only meant for question and answer. I just wonder why this kind of culture is not here. See, I had a pre-judgmental mind while I'm going to teach in the first session. So they will be only listening, they won't ask a question, but that is totally different. When I say these things to my student, after saying that, no one come forward to ask a question. Why they are not asking question? The problem lies in the school education, I can say. I still remember my wife is running a play school. And when she ask a question, everyone raise their hands and they try to put a question or they try to give the answer. But over a period of time, when they come to middle school and high school and higher secondary, none of them are opening their mouth. Why? It is because when the teacher fed off, they ask me a question. That kind of mindset, many of the teachers are saying that they try to harass or bully them in the classroom itself. How they will come forward and ask a question. And their learned helplessness is happening there. And they will not try to find a way to ask a question. My thing is, and nowadays, the teachers need not to go and teach the content what you know. They know in a single click. They know better answer than what we are having in our mind. Only thing is we can facilitate them, how they can access, whether the brainstorming and tutorial are the best method. I can, as per my knowledge, I can say, merely going and giving a lecture, unless if you are having experience, it is very difficult and they will find a fault in us. And the present generations are highly intelligent, not intelligent, I can say they are very smart with the technology. They know how to use it. We are not, I can say my son is only 3-4 years old, second one. And when we look at that phone and I lock my mobile, without pin, he cannot able to open. There is an option is that 3 times when he writes these things, it is open. I'm not aware about it. See, even I have a master's of education technology. I'm not aware of what he is using YouTube. I asked how you open that mobile phone without the pin. He said that there is an option when you 3 times write, if it will ask you for safety, it will open. And they are more experienced, trial and error, they are learning. And unless we are having open mind, unless we are changing our way of teaching, and I can say that it is a very, very hurdle for the teachers for the present day. Not only the primary level, all the level, primary, tertiary, and secondary level, all the level, they need to be changed their perspective and the way of dealing with the student. I hope this is my point of view here. And anyone would like to add, you can go ahead.
I would like to add a little bit on this. Like the question has come like now students have more trust on Google or kind of digital technology kind of thing. So the strategy that I follow in the class, I ask them to use the technology. For example, so if I ask them something, what I did in the previous class, they are obviously not able to remember what I did in the last class. So I ask them, you just should go to your WhatsApp group and find out the file and open it in your phone. Otherwise, what happens, if I am teaching looking straight to the class, I find most of the students are looking downwards and doing something on their phone. So I find that I should engage them with the phone with my studies only, so that they will do that automatically. They will be taking the phone in their hand and will be doing something. Why not I ask them to open the phone and open the chapter, or rather the material that I have shared? This is number one. Secondly, if I put some informative question before them, obviously most of the time they are not able to answer, then I only ask them that you better Google search and answer me. Because once I leave the class, you will be doing the same thing. So why not in front of me? Let us, on a lighter note, I ask them, let me compete with Google. Say you are looking into the Google and I am not having my phone in my hand. I don't take phone in the class. So you have a good opportunity to evaluate me, whether I am right or wrong. You are getting the answer in the Google and I will be answering the question from my side, and you are getting the opportunity to check. So I feel they get a little engaged if I ask them to do that. So these are the different little strategies to get the students engaged in the class. Otherwise, with the advancement of the technology, is it not good that they should embrace the technology? We should always encourage them instead of don't take the phone kind of thing. This is not going to happen now. Anyway, we have to accept that they will be searching Google. They will be taking the help of ChatGPT. Once my boy came and said, why you are simply searching in the ChatGPT? That might they are in the 10th standard and they are well aware of plagiarism. He came and said that might be caught in plagiarism. So I, in a very ignorant voice, asked him what to do. What is your suggestion? Don't you know several apps are there to humanize it? I said, my God. That we need to accept. If I try to stop them, they will do it in a hide and seek manner. And if I embrace them, they will do it openly. This is only the difference. Otherwise, it's always good to take help of the technology, but in a right way. And it's better to accept students with their technology in the class and strategize the class in that way for the modern day teachers.
May I say one or two things to
Please.
kind of
Yes, ma'am. I was just
supplement
going
and
to ask
complement
you.
what you said.
Ma'am, could you
in
please
fact,
turn on
what
your
you-
video, ma'am? We would love to see you while you
It gives a better
enlighten
effect,
us,
ma'am.
ma'am. Exactly,
Okay.
ma'am. Please.
Okay. I think it is coming now. Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
yes. perfect.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I am one with Acharya as well as Dr. Suresh in regard to the school setup or the digital knowledge that ought to be updated by the teachers, all are absolutely fine. As I also pointed out, even the government, every person in education wants that the teacher should become a facilitator rather than just coming to a
Exactly.
class and teaching. And as very correctly said by the Acharya, that a teacher comes with the old notes and read that notes and goes away and do not want any question to be asked. Now, a lot of changes are occurring, a lot of things are happening. I'm just going to give you one or two. I think all of you would be knowing about this also. What are the current issues that are affecting our teenage mental health? First of all, within the classroom, how can we do things that would make children better emotionally, better mental health-wise? What is it that can we do something? Can a teacher, in a 40 or 45 minutes of teaching, can she also include within it something that would make children mentally healthy? Yes. A new program, which I think all of you will be doing also, is called Ignite, IGNITE. I think quite a few of you would have heard about this. This is being practiced in Europe, in England, and other places. It is an impactful mental health program designed for the classroom. It is a comprehensive well-being and resilience program for children, what age? 9 to 13 years of age. It consists of total 6 sessions only, and only takes about 20 minutes. That's it. It covers stress and pressure in children. It covers relationship with the family and friends. Most importantly, which one of you pointed out, bullying and it takes care of overwhelming feeling, insecurity and anxiety. And as I initially said about how to label your emotion. Am I feeling angry? Can I say I am this emotion that I'm feeling is anger? So labeling the emotion and labeling ourselves and others. And most importantly, how we can think about attachment and how these can sometimes make it feel like well-being, feeling good and not getting damaged. Now, so to conclude, I would put it the other way around. How to make our children mentally healthy? It is not only school, it is, it is easy to put the blame on anyone. We can put the blame on parents, they are no good, they are doing this, they are doing that, they come parents, the school, if nothing goes right, then we'll change the school, that is foreign, let us change, all kinds of things we do. But as Dr. Acharya and Dr. Suri pointed out, it is the teacher who is very, very important in the school, and the school is moved to the time children are spending in the school. So how to make it? In my view, it is not only digitally one becomes aware, but also how to deal with children in the classroom. How to show your love and support to the child right in the class. This is a very important aspect. I do not know to what extent B.Ed and M.Ed institutions are able to provide this knowledge and this technique to the teacher to make them show love and support to the children right in the classroom while they are teaching. Second important thing is, many times, right in the classroom or otherwise, children have gone through a bad period and are coming to you. How to help them navigate this first time is another very, very important area, which only a class teacher right in the classroom can do. One point all of us should remember, children depend on their teacher, their brain teacher. They really not only hero worship their teacher, but also almost is the gospel truth for them. If the teacher says something, it is like God's word for them. And most importantly, the teacher should show that she or he is always for them, for the students. This very easy for us to show to the children. Yeah, instead of snapping at them when they ask a question, we could say what we want to say in a very nicer way too. And as rightly said by Dr. Acharya, to make them or encourage them to share their feelings. But right now in the classroom, this is not possible, and they may not also feel comfortable. But always please find time in the school to make child come over to you and share his or her feelings with you. So these are some of the things that I thought I should bring into your notice. And Ignite can always be used right in the classroom, which consists of all this aspects too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The topic that we have chosen today, that is the mental health of children and adolescents, is a vast, vast topic. And I don't know if we have just been able to touch the tip of it. We have discussed about the well-being, the strategies for maintaining well-being. We looked at mental health from the educational point of view, in the educational setup, and what role does the teacher can play. And I would rather say that Professor Vimla summed up the entire session for me, pointing out that how exactly we can promote mental health among our children. It is very easy to blame others, very true, ma'am, but rather we should find ways and means within ourselves and in and around us in order to promote that. With this, I would like to conclude this session, and I believe we have come at the end of our time, since there are two other panels which other interesting topics that need to be discussed. Hence, I would like to call upon Dr. Yadu Prasad Gwali, Assistant Professor, Midwest University, Nepal, if he would kindly come and put forward the vote of thanks to our generous speakers and all the participants present in the first panel. Dr. Yadu.
So Zeba, I'll fill in for Yadu because his laptop battery has ran out and they
Okay, ma'am.
electricity at the moment. So thank you, Zeba, for being an excellent moderator. And I'm so grateful for each of the speakers this morning. It was such an invigorating morning. Professor Veera Raghavan, having you amidst us is such a blessing. I am so utterly grateful to you. And Professor Dr. Suresh and Dr. Shauli, your Dr. Suresh's practical advice, giving such examples which are so relevant and can be used. It was a hands-on experience and so grateful for your presence. And Dr. Shauli, also being one of the members in the organizing team, this presentation was excellent. And I'm so grateful that we could all listen to all the great wisdom that all of you had to share today. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, ma'am. With this,
Right.
we come to the end of our session 1.
Thank you.
So I
Thank
believe
you
there
all.
will be a, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Suresh. And thank you, Shauni, ma'am. I believe that we have a break up till 1 p.m. At what time the panel 2 discussion will begin? Yes, Charu, ma'am?
No. So the panel 2 starts right away at 12 o'clock
Okay.
until 2 o'clock. So I would request Dr. Azra to please come here. Yes, so
Yes.
Dr. Azra is the moderator.
That's
Okay,
right.
so I'll be handing over to Azra and everyone else. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Okay, so I would right away go ahead with panel 2. Very good afternoon to all. And I'm Dr. Azra Noor, an assistant professor in education, Rabindra Bharati University, Center for Distance and Online Education, Kolkata, India. And I'm also closely associated with the Council for Educational Administration and Management. Here I am today acting as the moderator for panel 2 of the international webinar entitled From Illness to Wellness, Strengthening Mental Well-being. I welcome heartily the speakers, participants, and all others in this panel. The theme of panel 2 is mental health in the workplace, very important. After being enriched by Professor Veera Raghavan, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Acharya on the theme child and adolescent mental health and well-being in panel 1, we feel privileged and honored to have among us the eminent speakers like Professor Aruna Bhuta and Professor Alikcha Galaska in panel 2. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Dimple Rangila, the other speaker, would not be able to join us today.
Excuse me, Azra, Dr. Dimple just sent her confirmation. So she was dealing with the situation. She's able
Okay.
to come. Yes, yeah.
She would be able to be present with us, as
Yeah.
Dr. Charu Sharma has right now conveyed to me. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. So we are delighted to have all the 3 speakers among us, Dr. Dimple Rangila also. So I now request Dr. Shauli Chakraborty Acharya, an assistant professor in education, West Bengal State University, and chairperson of West Bengal chapter of the Council for Educational Administration and Management, to open this panel. Yes, Dr. Acharya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azra Noor, for handing over the session. So here we begin with the second panel discussion, and we are having eminent speakers with us, 3 speakers with us, who will be dealing with the theme mental health in the workplace. And I, from my SEAM side and from the part of the organizers and on behalf of our team of organizers, moderators, technicians, I do heartily welcome all these 3 speakers. And Azra will be taking care of this session as a moderator. And I feel 3 of us are present here. And I would request Dr. Azra to please read out and get us enlightened with which field do they belong to, what are their works, and how they are dedicated in their academic fields. So will you please take the opportunity to read out the bios of the three speakers and welcome them formally in this board?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shawni. I will do the needful, obviously. I welcome all the renowned speakers, eminent speakers for this session. We have among us Professor Aruna Bruta, who is a well-known professor of clinical psychology, University of Delhi. And she is a hypnotherapist and alchemist. With over 4 decades of experience, Professor Bruta is highly respected in the field of mental health, specializing in people transformation and employee engagement. Through her scientific research publications, motivational sessions, and media counseling, Professor Bruta has established herself as an expert in mind, muscle, and personal power. She excels in various interventions and consultations. Her areas of expertise include self-management, personality enhancement, work-life balance, stress relief, parenting, detoxification, relationships, and overall well-being. Professor Bruta compassionately addresses mental, physical, occupational, and social challenges faced by individuals of all ages. She specializes in life disaster management, crisis handling, and harnessing the power of divine blessings for personal growth. By combining scientific approaches, spiritual wisdom, and global best practices, Professor Bruta delivers motivational talks, training sessions, and individual consultations. She is well known for her expertise as a mental health guide, columnist, author, talk show expert, and employee wellness consultant. Throughout her career, Professor Bruta has contributed significantly to the field through publications, programs on immunization against depression, and consultancy services to prestigious institutions. She actively participates in community outreach programs addressing issues such as drug abuse, behavioral problems in children, and women's health. Professor Bruta holds a PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Delhi. Last but never the least, her expertise combined with her dedication to helping others has made her a highly respected and sought after professional in the field of psychology, hypnotherapy, and personal transformation. Now, I would like to introduce another eminent speaker for this panel, Professor Alikja Galaska. I hope I have pronounced your name correctly, ma'am. Thank you. So, Professor Galaska is a psychotherapist, linguist, a licensed coach, international master trainer, and she is the president of International Coaching Institute in Poland. She's an academic teacher, researcher, and works at the University of Silesia in Poland. Professor Galaska is at the head of the language center called Future in Poland. She is the author of over 200 articles published in Polish and English, and an author of her own method of teaching languages through drama, which is called Future Learning System. It is based on cognitive and positive psychology. She has been researching and practicing drama for years. Her main interest lies in psychology and drama in the English language teaching classroom, ELT classroom. Professor Galaska is a coordinator and participant of many international projects. She is the coordinator of the 2 SIGs, psychology in ELT and drama in ELT in IATEFL Poland, and also a regional advisor for Trinity. Yes. She's also a regional advisor for Trinity College London in Poland. Welcome, Professor. And next, we are delighted to have also Professor Dimple. And I was just now, I was a few minutes ago informed that she would be in our panel. So I would introduce her now. Dr. Dimple Rangila is an assistant professor at the Department of Human Development and Childhood Studies at the Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi. Her current research interests areas include children's narratives and role of storytelling, early childhood care and education, disability, parenting, and socialization. She has presented papers at several national and international conferences. She has several publications in journals and has authored chapters in books. Welcome, Dr. Dimple. So now I would request our very eminent speaker, Professor Bhuta, to go ahead with her presentation. Yes, Professor Bhuta. I hope Professor Aruna is with us.
Can you unmute her? Let's see
Yes.
if she's muted.
No. Can Yadu sir do the needful, please?
So Yadu's laptop battery ran out. There's Pankaj who's here. Pankaj,
Oh yes, Pankaj sir would, I think he would be the right person.
could you please unmute Professor Bhuta?
Yes, Professor Bhuta is already the co-host. So if she can turn on the video and audio, please.
अनम्यूट कर दिया अब ये ओके कहाँ हुआ स्टार्ट ओके
Pankaj,
So-
please pin madam. The speakers should be visible. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I've been listening to the first program, and I thought that there should be a continuity between the first and the second. So I was just trying to say that when we talk about children and adolescents, we are talking about adults in the making. And when we talk about adults in the making, we obviously start looking at them as our workforce in the world, in our country, wherever. And so very rightly put by Charu ma'am, that we must talk about what is happening, at place of work. What is the mental health there at the place of work? I think I would rather say just one thing about the previous session, that when we say teachers to be this, teachers to be that, and teachers can take good control, good communication skills, one, there's no psychologist in their selection committee when they're selected as teachers. Two, nobody looks into the mental health of teachers while they're teaching, what is happening to them in the place of work or at home. So this is very important, what I need to talk about. And then take on what happens when we go to our places of work. Obviously, we look at our interactive skills, we look at our performance. What are they dependent upon? They are dependent upon the self-concept of a person. Now, I am not so familiar with technology that while I talk, my PPTs can be presented. So will Dr. Azra, can I request you to help me? I've sent the presentations to Narayan ji. So if he can help me in any way in making my first PPT presentation, may I please expect that?
Obviously, definitely, ma'am.
Thank you
I
so
think-
much.
Yes, I think the needful.
Yes,
will be
ma'am.
done.
Presentation will be
Narayan
shared
ji.
shortly. Just give me a few seconds. Yadu sir asked me
Yeah,
to
sure,
share.
please. So I was talking about self-concept. And being a student of Carl Rogers in the US, I thought I should talk about self-concept because it's a beautiful book that he wrote centuries back. And the title is superb, The Self on the Shelf. What does that give it away all? It just gives away that the self is non-functional, or the self is not positive, or the self is not going towards personal growth. So I work with the self-concept.
Okay, I would request all of you to keep yourselves mute other than the speaker so that there is no unnecessary interference with the session. Please
So,
mute yourselves.
The topic being from illness to wellness, wonderfully, suggested and framed, but at the same time, though it's an international seminar or a webinar, but I would say in India, are we ready to accept that we are ill? Are we ready to accept that we are less functional or non-functional? Are we ready to accept that there's something wrong about us which makes us so negative? We've been talking about it in the previous panel. But very well framed, we can still move towards wellness if we don't talk about illness. It's a big taboo in many, many countries.
Ma'am, just to inform you, the PPT has been shared. So just when
I'm there, I am listening and I'm watching and I'm grateful to you. Can I go to the next one?
Yes, ma'am, just
Please,
instruct me
thank
when
you
you go to
so
the next
much,
one.
Narayanji. So grateful and dependent on you. Yeah.
It's Pankaj. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it's Pankaj. Forgive me.
Yes,
Since I was writing emails to Narayanji, I thought he's the one. Okay, Pankajji.
Yes.
So the second slide that I do want to talk about, as I have already said, self-concept. It is the self-concept that will give you the design, how to work, whether it's positive, whether it's negative. Will that lead to good public relations, good relations with colleagues, good work output? This will be one part of it. But I would also like to bring to your notice, next slide, Pankajji. Next one. Yeah. So two very important aspects. A, the word personality at work is essential. And the two very important things that we observe while interviewing people, and that is decision-making and conflict management. You can create situational tests and see what kind of answers the candidate gives during the interview. What is his decision-making like, and what is his conflict management? Of course, besides that, a very important thing that rises in my sessions these days from the corporates and the government jobs, that is procrastinating, habit of delaying work, habit of taking decisions late, habit of not submitting work at the proper time that has been designated. Why does this happen? Is it poor self-concept, which the parents have started, which the teachers have reinforced? Or is it obsessive-compulsive disorder? Or is it obsessive-compulsive personality? Or it is anxiety? Since we're talking about personality, I would like to bring to your notice, there are people who have a larger appetite to take in more approval from others, more appreciation from others, and maybe the need in them for perfectionism. All these in the screen that you are watching happen at the same time to all of us. Lucky that we are able to take a decision fast. Lucky we don't live in conflicts. Lucky we don't procrastinate. Maybe then we are very efficient. But when you go to a work situation, you'll find people are not working at the same speed. People are not walking with you, flying with you, talking to you. People are not participating in decision making. Why? Because of all these reasons that I present before you. And that is the self-concept. This is very, very important. In the previous session, people were saying that a student can ask, what is the advantage? Why should I eat this or why should I do that? I've not seen it happen these days. Children ask, what will you give me in return if I eat this? So they are bargaining, they're doing business. And where does it come from? Parents. So the adult that you're seeing in the work situation is that growing child who's reached you from different parenting methods, skills, habits, how he has been reinforced. A lot of parents say, today I'll take you out for shopping if you finish your homework in time. That's bargaining, isn't it? Can we have the next slide, please? So a lot happens when all this is going on and it is carried over. I will take a minute of break and share with you. I was a professor in the section of clinical psychology in the Department of Psychology at Delhi University. As soon as I retired, God sent, someone rang me up and said, we want you to come and meet us. We want you to come and join us. I will not do that. I don't work under anybody. That's my personality. There are a lot of drawbacks. I'm not Madam Perfect. Then the HR director of an organization, an oil company, called me and said, why are you acting so pricey? Why don't you come? I said, because I don't work in organizations. I only conduct workshops in organizations. He said, please, it's a pleasure. We will come. So they came and they said, we want to send our employees for counseling to you, but your office is so far away from our office that half their lives they're going to spend traveling. Why don't you join us twice a week? I said, fair enough, I would do that. Now see what happens. I start getting appointments within the multinational oil company. A boy who had just joined the organization, age 24, stepping out of the house from a student life, starts to cry. And I said, what happened? And he said, my immediate boss shouts at me as if she is talking to some domestic staff. My mother has never done that to anyone. Whose problem is it? His or the manager that shouts at him? Both. And both have gone unidentified. Can I, being a clinical psychologist, use the word undiagnosed? But the HR director comes to me after a month of my work and says, Dr. Bruta, can you give me in writing how many people came to you for consultation? Who were they? What were their problems? What department were they coming from? I said, no, sir, I can't do that. Because all this is very personal and very private and very confidential. I can tell you how many people came. I cannot tell you from which departments and who. He said, this will remain between you and me. I said, no. This will remain only with me, and that's it. So one, it's not very easy to work in an organization. Two, am I going to call his boss, the manager, the lady manager? Am I going to look into her personal life? Because she's going to say, who asked you to pick me up out of all the persons? I don't want any counseling. Preparedness for counseling. And then she said, oh, so that new boy, that rat of a person, these are her words, verbal protocols, he has complained to you about me. Let me see what I will do when I go back. These are unexplained, unaccounted anger issues, emotions that we have not resolved, emotions that we didn't look at in school, in college, in training, coming to office, self-analysis. Therefore, I will say, very important personality factors that will influence the efficiency of our work will be whether you're a social isolate, whether you're obsessive, whether you're compulsive, whether your decision-making is poor, whether you are emotionally fearful of other people who talk loudly, who shout loudly, because one of the people, one of my clients from that very organization said, now that you're analyzing me, I am trying to understand why I don't like my boss and why do I start crying right in front of her like an immature school-going child. It's because my mother shouted at me like this all her life. All her life. Therefore, I think the poor self-concept, the obsessiveness in nature, the anxiety, the need for someone to say you're such a darling, need for approval, need for appreciation. The file that you submitted yesterday was absolutely lovely, perfect, and it was very wise on your part to write all that. Has the boss said it? How can the boss say it if he himself is famished for appreciation? If he himself has grown up in very measly, punitive environment? Think for yourself. I do want to raise these issues before you. I don't have mathematical solutions to these issues, but I am trying to aware as many listeners, wherever I am called to speak. We need to help each other. We need to understand the importance of psychology than to say it's only the mad that go to the psychologist. Or let me take a medicine and sleep it off. I can't sleep. I've got a disturbed sleep because my boss said this and his words are ringing into my ears. You need to talk, not just write a journal for yourself, but you need to have it out. As someone pointed it out in the previous session, there has to be a vent out and there has to be catharsis, but there also has to be a reconstruction of your personality. That is what is important. May I have the next slide, please? So another set that comes into operation in the office situation, in the executive situation, or at the situation, what you call is the workplace, are your set of values. Values within the personality and especially at workplace. For example, integrity, loyalty, stability, an emotional quotient, emotional balance. As far as personality is concerned, I will also say not able to take responsibility, passing the buck by blaming others. Also could be bribery, creating work politics. What's work politics? Complaining about your colleague to the boss concerned, complaining about your colleague to another colleague, and enjoying the work politics. Why do you enjoy it? Because you think you've emerged strong, you've emerged that there is a need for you in the others, emerged as a leader, emerged as an important member of the work situation. So you're enjoying your work politics. And you have disturbed the equilibrium of the office. You have disturbed the work functioning of the office. And there may be other personalities to cope with this work politics. They are unable to work because they do not know how to run a mental judo or a mental karate class. I think this is very important, a point in one's personality. How does one manifest inferiority? By showing values. And what are the values? By not doing work, but emerging as a very important leader. Talk about one against the other and do no work your own self. Very common in office politics. And you can see all this when you conduct a psychological interview at the time of selection. I'm giving you what I do most of the time. Next slide, please, Pankaj.
Yes, Professor Bruta, lovely sessions going on.
I'm
just
going to end this here at this slide.
Okay.
Illness to
Yes.
wellness, can we understand people as unstable or can we understand people as troubleshooters? Are they all ill or are they recoverable so that we can improve the environment in the office? Thank you, Azra ji, and we will continue later when you ask questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. No doubt you are the brilliant professor of psychology. Just a little bit of saying from my side, you could understand, you could get the cue that what I'm going to say. So, Lava, it was a delight to watch your presentation, to hear you. And such a wonderful session, tinged with wonderful anecdotes and tremendous sense of humor. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you again, Professor Bruta. And next we have Dr. Dimple. I would request you to go ahead with your presentation, please, without any delay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adla. Thank you so much, Professor Bruta. We have, grown up. I mean, I can say about myself that, listening to you and whatever you said, I resonated a lot with it. And, most of the things that you have said, in fact, I was going to talk about it. I do not have a presentation, but I'm going to talk about my personal experiences in whatever little experience I have of my workplace and how does mental health play an important and critical role. So that is what I'm going to share with you, and I'll share briefly with I'll start with my journey. So as a young postgraduate student, when I passed out from Delhi University, and I had all the skill set to work with young children because I did my master's in child development. And I was all ready to take on, the first job that I got, which was in one of the schools, very well-known schools of Delhi NCR. I mean, after I joined there, I realized that I was trained to work with children, and I had all the skill set for the same. But what was missing was that I was not there working only with children. I was reporting to a very senior bureaucrat who had retired and was also a pass out from Yale University. There were other seniors, there were other authorities, there were my colleagues, my co-workers, parents of those children. So there were so many people I had to work with, and I was not trained to work with them. And whereas what Professor Bruta also started from, that I felt that I was not prepared uh, because of the challenges that I faced in that first year of my job. So which ranged from that it was very difficult for me to set boundaries, to say no, and it was my first job, so I was always seeking approval. So it was it kind of started affecting my mental health from that point onward. Yet I thought that this is my first job, and I'm out there in the field for the first time, so I need to adjust. I have to see how I can make it work. And I would always, even later, I would boast of how I had not taken any leave from my workplace. As if it was something to boast about. That I was always there because I was always seeking perfectionism for the kind of work that was I was doing, and also focusing and prioritizing only my work, not neither my family nor myself, which should be the first one. So here, what I'm going to talk about today is something, which is mental health literacy, wherein, it is very, very important because as ma'am also said that, it starts from children, it starts from college going students, from there itself. It should start from school and then college, so that, one is prepared well once they are in the workplace to take on the challenges, and yet these challenges should not impact them, but they should be prepared to take on these challenges. So as I said, mental health literacy. So basically knowing and understanding mental health issues, what are the factors that impact one's mental well-being, being able to recognize signs and symptoms of mental health issues, and also understanding of seeking help. If anybody, any one of us needs help, we should also be willing to seek help. We should know that this, I need help, so that we can support ourselves, and then we can support, and at the same time we can support others also. So through this journey of mine, share with you some of the pointers, some of the points that I've listed. So first and foremost is raising and building a cadre of social and emotional resilient individuals. So I'm glad that the NEP 2020 has, because I'm also from the academic. So there is a lot of discussion around areas related to social and emotional health of children as well as adolescents and youth. So as I said in the beginning itself, that it is very important to start early. So I have a 10-year-old niece who's journaling at night. So I see that it's in the long run, it's how it's going to help her. And at the first year of course that I teach presently, the first year students are doing a value addition course on social and emotional learning, on emotional intelligence, where we talk about mindfulness, what happiness means to them, what is the value of self-reflection, value of silence, about their identity, about the digital identities that they are creating on social media, or in other, all the social media handles that they are on. And, also accepting and valuing oneself, because, that is where we begin. And, if we are emotionally and socially resilient, and we are aware of it, we can take the next steps, wherein we'll be more, we are first well informed and we are well prepared for the field. So, what I have seen through my, experience of 2 decades in this, teaching young college students, is that, there is whole this issue of labeling of emotions. So many students they lack emotional vocabulary, wherein they are not able to label what is it that they are feeling. So we need to do a lot of work in that area as well. Along with that, I mean, because that is the way we have been socialized with, that we categorize emotions into good emotions, bad emotions. We should be feeling this. We should not be feeling certain emotions. So it is very, very important to raise children, to first to be aware of their emotions, to be able to label them, and then how to manage and regulate our emotions, and that no emotion is good or bad, and we should not, hide those emotions or put them under the carpet. Discussion around the same is very, very critical. So, as a storyteller, as a person who is involved in with children in social and emotional learning, also, I make it a point that I pick up whenever I tell stories, I pick up threads from those stories where I also focus on the social and emotional component. The second thing that I would like to bring forth is also reducing stigma and normalizing, discussion around mental health issues, because that has also been a big challenge for the longest time now. Of course, after pandemic, with the rise in numbers, which were already earlier also there, but there was we saw that more people coming to the fore, and also seeing issues across the lifespan, not only adolescents, young adults, because at the department at Lady Urban College we do researches and our students do research. So a lot of issues came up with women who were at home during the lockdown. We also worked with elderly people. So mental health issues were something which came into the light a lot. So, normalizing conversations. So, having a workplace where, you have your colleagues where, one can discuss about their own, whether it is personal or professional issues, in a non-judgmental way. Not only help a person to be able to share, whatever they are experiencing, but also many a times when we verbalize things, it, also makes us think, give another perspective at the same time when we are talking about it. So that is very, very important. Even in my conversation with my own students, I do share with them that, I myself have, taken therapy because, from some of my early experiences, I was always driven by fear. So as I spoke about my first job, so there also I was mostly fear driven because I, the job that it was a dream job in a dream school in a, very well known school. And I wanted to perform. And as I said that, because of perfectionism and the fear that was there inside me, affected me. But the reasons were there, in my childhood experiences. So I also undertook therapy. And when I speak about these with the young adults whom I teach, they also can connect with me easily and see me as a person who has had similar kind of experiences that they have. They also have, like, I also had huge stage fear, and how I overcame that. I shared that with my students, and many a times, some of them share in the class, some of them message me later on that I could not talk about it in the class, but what you shared today, I experienced the same. And so, talking about it, as I said, also helps us put the things in perspective, and also emphasizes on seeking support whenever we need, and whatever position we are, at in the workplace. Then another thing that I want to talk about the organization is, is about establishing policies and practices. So, some of you, it may give a feeling that, these may be things which, I'm just talking about it, but it is very, very important, because the kind of workplace that I go to, as I said, that, we do discuss, talk, and it really, really helps. So the organization also needs to have certain practices and policies in place when we are talking about mental health. So, if if there is a counseling cell, of, so we need to have those formal systems in place. What are the steps that would be taken up? So, for instance, in 2021, I guided one study wherein we looked at the experiences of transgender individuals at workplace. So we found that, interviewing these transgender individuals, they were experiencing a lot of discrimination, exclusion at the workplace. And in some of the organizations, there were also diversity and equity managers who were responsible for um, uh, you know uh, figuring. They were the ones to whom the employees would reach out to in case of any grievances when they felt discriminated against. But they had not received many complaints. So having a system wherein again some new innovative ways wherein the person can share whatever their experiences are. A simple thing like having gender neutral toilets also in the organization goes a long way and says a lot about the organization if they are thinking that actually our space should be inclusive, it should be diverse. So, and another thing that I want to bring from that same study is that all these transgender individuals shared that not only at workplace, the major bullying uh, and teasing that they experienced was when they were in school, when in adolescence, they came out and they shared about their having a different gender identity. So, like another important implication is that we have to again start early. We have to start right at the school level, wherein we can make, the peers sensitize. We need to sensitize them, make them aware of, the needs of a person. Person who is different. Because we are all different. We are all diverse, be it on the basis of caste, class, gender, disability, or and gender identity like this appearance. There are so many other factors that we can talk about. So many of them had these kind of childhood experiences. So again we go back to starting early. The next thing is, again, training and education comes a long way, wherein the, sessions with, like ma'am said, that she started going to this organization twice a week, which is very, very important. Again, holding sessions with the employees on building resilience, stress management, even activities, team building activities, excursions. Many times because I work in this area of storytelling and wherein also activities like drama and role play, wherein we whatever the person is trying to express, that can come out through in a different medium wherein we are relating it to some other character, but it will bring forth the experiences that I have had. So that is also very, very important and critical. Uh, Team building activities and exercises, going out on an excursion, because it will also bring in the other elements of collaboration, team building, which will also, which are also, I see a lot of organizations doing that. But the whatever they have planned for the sessions, these mental health and diversity, these also should be the heads which should be covered under these activities which are planned for the employees.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, you have 2 to 3 minutes. Please wrap it up. Yes.
Okay, so and again at the workplace, bringing in one important thing that I would like to bring is another thing is maternity and paternity leave, because that's also one very important, very significant point that many women and even fathers, not only women, fathers also need paternity leave. We know of countries like Sweden where parents get to spend extended time with their children, young children when they are born. That adds to a lot of stress if in case they do not get, and especially in the unorganized sector, we know that there are no maternity leaves or paternity leaves. And even in the private sectors, many a times the mothers get only 3 months of maternity leave, which is 6 months actually. And having a creche or a center within the premises. I know at our college we have a creche which is like more than functioning for last more than 40-50 years. So it was such a relief to have our children go with us to the same place and be there. While we were teaching, in between we would take nursing breaks, go to the child in case the child is unwell. It eases you through a lot of stress that a person may be added on to the kind of work and, multitasking that a person is doing. So to sum up, I would say that, it's an ongoing process, and, we need multifaceted approach to, have which should also be customized to the organization, to the needs of the organization, to the culture of the organization that we are going to talk about. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your really invaluable inputs. And as you have rightly said, that personality development starts, we all know that, and very rightly put forward by you, that it starts at a very early age, at the school level. That only culminates into positive personalities. If the students, learners are encouraged, or if positive aspects are imbibed in their personality, they will go into making, positive personalities that will add a vibrant work culture in the organization. So because positive mental health is very much important for a vibrant work culture in the organization. Thank you so much once again. And now we would move on to Professor Galaska. Yes, without any further delay, Professor Galaska, please move ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Can I get the right to share my screen too?
Yes, of course.
Yes, ma'am, the right is already given. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, because I'm speaking from London, so it's actual 8:30 in the morning now. And sorry for my voice, because I caught the cold, I think. I have, as I was presented, actually, I have been working a lot with teachers, with managers, but mainly with medical doctors. And actually, no matter what people do, I think they all are facing the same problems with some emotions, with dealing with different situations. And I have been doing many different things, but actually today I would like to share with you some ideas about the skill, which I find really very useful in modern times, which is called, as you probably know, psychological flexibility. When I talk to people, I do lots of workshops and trainings, as I said, for medical doctors and also for teachers. And also when I work with my patients, I notice that many people actually are not very much aware of what they feel. And when I ask them if you are satisfied with your life, actually 2 days ago I had a training here in London with medical doctors, and not many are. So what's the reason why we're not satisfied with our lives? Sometimes people have a good career, they have money, they have families, they have everything, but still they are not very satisfied with their lives. And 2 days ago, I visited my friend's office, and I put it on a presentation because it really struck me. And there on his board in his office, I noticed a small piece of paper where he has written top regrets of the dying. So what he wouldn't like to regret when he dies. So you can see at the slide, but what he has written is, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, and a life which is not accepted of me. Yes, I wish I had work. I wouldn't work so hard. You can actually read it, but very often we will regret something which we can change in our life, but we don't do it for some reason. And we don't live really the life in accordance with our own values, but very often we live our life with accordance to some values or accordance to the map, which is not ours. So it gave me some reflections. What can we do, to face what you want, what your real values are? And actually today, when I have been listening to all the speakers, we have been all talking almost about the same, that, we have to somehow understand and go deeper and be more aware what you want. Recently, we have been talking a lot about emotional diversity. As biodiversity, we know that there are different species, there are different plants, different animals living in the world, and everybody is actually needed and everything is needed. And similarly, we talk about emotional diversity. So I often ask people, what emotions do you feel in your life? I don't know about your country, but in Europe, very often people can't really call the feelings they have. So when I ask the doctors, how are you feeling? What do you feel? They usually say good, okay, or so. So, you know, the vocabulary, the emotional vocabulary is so limited that we can't even name the emotions. We know that there are 1,000 different emotions, the basic ones, the primary, the secondary. I don't need to talk about it here, but you know, this emotional diversity is something really, really important. I often talk about emotional ecosystem because it's something we have to be aware of. And all research actually shows that the more emotions we feel, the better. So it doesn't have to be only that we experience good, positive emotions. Actually, I represent positive psychology. I have been working a lot in positive psychology. So I do agree with my speaker before, because I also work with children and students. But positive psychology doesn't mean that we have to experience only positive emotions, because everything we feel is needed. So why feeling more makes you feel better? I think we can ask these questions ourselves. How many emotions do you embrace during your life, and how many emotions do you feel every day? And why is it better when you have more emotions? Because then you are prepared for different situations. You can deal with different challenges. So there is a direct correlation between a variety of emotions and well-being. And also, when you think about children, about students, I often ask them about the emotional ecosystem. So how many emotions you can embrace, how many emotions you can accept, you know? And what we do very often, we actually put ourselves into the trap of different thoughts, which then create different emotions. So in school environment or in medicine, we can see that emotional diversity also increases achievement at work. Now, I did a small research last year asking some people in companies and also in hospitals how many emotions they feel. And it turned out that the more they felt, the better the diversity was. They had better progress and achievements at work, because they were more resilient, they were more prepared, they were more flexible. And that's actually something I would like to talk about psychological flexibility. Psychological flexibility is a core concept of therapy, which you probably know, which is called acceptance and commitment therapy. I was trained in psychodynamic psychotherapy, but for many years in clinical psychology and clinical psychotherapy, we're very much focused on deficiencies, on negative things. But when I started to cooperate with Martin Seligman and really got involved in positive psychology, I also thought about positive psychotherapy. And there are many different techniques, but what I find really very useful when I work with my patients is this acceptance and commitment therapy. This therapy was created by Steve Hayes, and it's based on cognitive therapy and also mindfulness techniques. So it has been used vastly with people suffering from anxiety problems, from depression, but I use it even with people in some companies or with students, because it really teaches us how to accept and how to commit into our work. So what is the main goal, or how does it work? Just very shortly, in acceptance and commitment therapy, we talk about two types of suffering: prime and secondary suffering. Prime suffering is actually something all human beings suffer from. As intelligent creatures, we suffer from different traumas, from conflicts, problems, and it's something quite normal and usual for every human being. But then what happens, we try actually to suppress this suffering, yes, and then the secondary suffering comes. And I'm sure that when you ask yourself, it can happen very often that you feel really upset, you feel anxious, but you don't want to allow yourself to have this feeling. So you suppress it. and you create the secondary suffering, which is much worse, because then it will not disappear if you don't face the feelings. Yeah. And in acceptance and commitment therapy, we very often talk about diffusion, because what happens? Thoughts, as we all know, they have a way of consuming our attention, especially if they're upsetting. And if when that happens, you may feel stuck inside a thought, unable to focus on anything else. So it's called fusion. Yeah, you are fused with your thoughts, and these thoughts can have a big impact on your life. Yeah. So I would like to present you a small exercise. If you think about the milk, let's say, you can think about anything, but let's think milk. What is milk? You can visualize it. Yes. How does it look like? Think about milk. You can close your eyes and think about milk. How does it look like? What's the flavor? What features come to your mind about milk? How does it taste? Try to recall the flavor of milk. Okay? Have it. Okay, so I hope you have it, yeah? And now try to repeat in your mind like 100 times the word milk, 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 milk. When you repeat it so many times, what happens when you say the word milk? I'm sure that you won't think about the flavor, you won't think about the features of the milk. It's just the word. It's just the word which you have in your mind.
That's right.
So
Exactly.
yeah. So,
Yes.
you know, we are much more than the verbalization of words. So this is actually one of the techniques we use in acceptance and commitment therapy, diffusion. So diffusion means that you try to isolate yourself from your thoughts. And because we know, and as a linguist also, it's important we know that language is a very powerful tool, but we use language to label ourselves, yeah, to label our feelings. And very often people are so much stuck in this thought that it's like a trap, you know, because our mind plays lots of traps on us. So actually this cognitive diffusion is the practice of separating this negative language or labels. Yeah? So when we are more aware of the language and how it can change, we can also change the reaction, and we can also have some influence on our feeling. And when I work with people in psychotherapy, surgery, or at the workshops, it seems to be very difficult, because it's the negative thoughts sometimes are so powerful that you can't isolate yourself from them. Yeah? So cognitive diffusion is really one of the techniques, which is the example how to practice, how to increase psychological flexibility. What is psychological flexibility? Is just the ability to be in contact with the present moment, to develop some effective actions, as I wrote here. It's also a state, the ability to navigate through changing demands of life. And I think we have been living in such demanding times and such unpredictable times that to be flexible, to be agile, seems to be a must. Yes? So these two skills, flexibility, agility, I find really useful, because there was also research we did in our team in pandemic times, what inter and intrapersonal skills help people to survive and to feel better. And the higher the level of flexibility was, or agility, they suffered less. But people with stiff minds and stiff mindset found it really very, very difficult. So just these three things: psychological flexibility, remaining in the present moment, staying open to experiencing whatever thoughts and feelings show us, and taking actions in service of our values. And I think this is really important, to be aware of all these things. I don't want to go into details, because actually it's really a great concept, but I just want to show you only the elements of acceptance and commitment therapy. Maybe I will just show. It's easier. So these are the elements. Somebody has been reading about this therapy, you are probably aware of that, but these 6 elements are really important. So being present, being here, live in the now, not in the past or future. And especially in our culture, many people live in the past and they blame themselves for many mistakes they did, for failures they had. If you don't leave it, if you don't stop blaming yourself for the past, if you don't switch off this critical voice very often we have in our minds, it's very difficult to live a happy life. So being present, focus on the here and now. Then the second thing is values. Values has also been discussed here, that the values are like compasses. They point in the right direction. So if you are not aware of your real values are, it's very difficult, because then you don't know if you live your own life or you live under some pressure of other people. And it happens very often at workplaces where people are not really self-dependent. They don't know what their values are. They are not assertive, and they follow the flock, which makes them really very unhappy, because they can't really defend the main values they have. So values enactment, put your values into action. Yes, it's very important, and very often, especially teachers in our country, they are not aware of the values they have, because they think that they are under pressure of the system, educational system. The same is medical doctors under the medical system, which doesn't work perfectly well. It's very difficult. Acceptance, actually the most important thing in this whole concept. Be willing to experience difficult thoughts. So acceptance means embrace your inner experience, whatever the experience is. Sometimes, look, in positive psychology, we talk a lot about the approach you can have to your experience. I'm sure that it happened to all of us, that there is something very traumatic, very difficult, we can't accept. But when you look at the same thing from the distance, after 5 years or more, you think that there was also something positive in traumatic experience or in this experience, because we change the perception. But when it happens, it's very difficult to accept. When you accept, it doesn't mean that that you like it, but allow yourself to feel this feeling, to have this feeling. If you are sad, be sad. If you are frustrated, just be frustrated. And if you don't do it, you suppress all the feelings, and if the level of the feelings and emotions is too high, then you blow out, and then the problems start. And sometimes it's too late, because people then suffer from depression or professional burnout or things like that. So acceptance is really the most important thing here. Diffusion, as I said, observing your thoughts without being ruled by them. So you can imagine your thoughts like, sailing on the cloud, going through your mind, but allow them to sail, to go. And one more thing, self as context, which means that you can practice, you can connect with the observing self. We have something like the thinking self, which is also always analyzing, planning, interpreting, judging. But the observing self simply notices the thoughts. So it's not like being involved, you observe. And you can see yourself as unchanged by time and experience. So different things happen, but your values are the same. You don't have to change anything. And when you live in accordance with your values, when you have this clarified values, when you know your limiting beliefs, it's much easier to deal with all problems we have. So from my perspective and my experience, people very often block themselves, and it doesn't matter really where they work, but especially in some big organizations and institutions, corporations, I have more and more patients who definitely can't cope with the pressure, with the increasing demands and expectations, and the emotions they feel sometimes are so intense, but they don't allow themselves to express them. If you don't express, it's just a very direct way to be mentally ill, because you can't keep everything inside. So that's why, you know, we can even teach our students, kids or workers some simple techniques, which I found very useful when I work with people. So as I said, one of the techniques is just putting your thoughts on clouds. So you can imagine placing your thoughts on clouds high in the sky and watch them slowly drifting away. Just a small visualization exercise. You can also use, I call it, use a silly voice, because sometimes you have this inner critical voice telling you, oh, you fail, you are not good enough, yes, you are a failure, and so on, so on. So what can you do? You can write down your upsetting thought and then read it out 10 times or more, yeah? With some silly voice. You can pretend different voice, funny voice, like, you know, I don't know, Donald Duck voice or whatever, just to make it ridiculous. When you can use any cartoon character or any actor, whatever, but when you read it with a silly voice, the power of this thought is going down. So actually, if I'm telling myself I'm a failure, and I say I'm a failure, it will have a different impact on me. Yeah. So it's just a very simple exercise, but it can be very, very helpful.
Okay, ma'am. Now you have 1 or 2 minutes to wrap it up.
Yeah. I don't want to talk more. I only wanted to share with you that we all talk a lot about different concepts, different theories, and psychology is a fascinating area. But sometimes really very simple techniques, simple exercises can make a big difference. So just want to share it with you. And I guess that we all have our own ways and own methods and techniques to deal with emotions, but some of them can be really complicated. But these ones, which are presented by positive psychology, are really very easy. So everybody can do it, even young kids. So just this. If anybody has a question, unfortunately, I would have to answer now because I'm in London. I have a different meeting and conference which I have to go for. So that's why I want to
start the question answer session just now. So thank you so much for your lovely presentation, very enriching, enlightening. It touched upon points, aspects like emotional diversity, emotional ecosystem, psychological flexibility, prime suffering, secondary suffering, diffusion, and whatnot. So these were really coinages that I came across today, and it was really, really very enlightening for me, as well as I hope for others as well. And from the cold London morning, you are there in London in the cold, that you have you have found time to really, share your valuable moments with us. And thank you so much again. We will not delay anymore. We will start with the questions that we have to ask the speakers. And but before I put these questions, one simple question I seen the chat box. I just a few minutes ago I caught sight of it. Very simple question. It was asked to Professor Bhuta. What is OCD? OCD, the full form. Someone asked.
OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder, where the key features are: A, as a personality, you want perfection. B, as a personality, you want to control the environment. And C, you have repetitive thoughts about anything, whether you develop a fear of contamination, so you keep washing hands, or you have the fear of losing anything, you keep checking your doors or your locks, or you can have some irrational thoughts that if I swallow some food in front of my dad, and my dad might conk off or he might die. And this is a perpetual thought coming into your mind. So its obsession is an irrational, repetitive thought. Compulsion is an irrational, repetitive action. Disorder is disorder that Disorder means that you become less functional. You are irrational and you spend a lot of time with your rituals, but you're also less functional in life. And so it's OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. OCPD is that you haven't really developed the disorder, but your personality shows all those symptoms in a less serious way.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to ask Professor Bhuta again, what do you think are the specific domains that come under the mental health in the workplace?
Well, let me say OCD is definitely one of them. People are looking into their file. People are computing something and they're constantly recomputing. Am I correct? Am I wrong? Is there an error? Etc. But that's one thing. But I think largely, I find interactive skills missing. I also find communication skills missing. You know, people are not able to modify their language and become more palatable, more digestible, are not able to convey their bitterness, which they have. And so their relationships are not very good. I think this is very important that I find in organizations. The whole idea of team building is to learn how to accept each other, how to gel with each other in a non-official way so that you get over your misgivings. This is very, very important that I see. Also, I see with the authoritative people who carry authority that they are unrealistic in their demands, in their deadlines. You know, they like to push a person, they like to make a person uncomfortable, angry. They think they are beating the horse that is not galloping. Are you there with me when I use that phrase? You know, so I think bosses also have to use a realistic timeline. This is very, very much missing. Let me give you an example. My HR director once said, you haven't signed the contract at 4 different places. One signature is missing. So I said, I'll come in the afternoon and do it. And he says, no, it'll be too late. You have to do it now. So why don't I said, I'm with the client. I can't leave him. And he said, I asked him, what will happen if I sign it in the afternoon? Is there going to be fire somewhere? What's going to happen? So these are unnecessary pressures in terms of timelines. And we've learned it, I don't know from whom. I have a Polish little girl sitting before me, very pretty, with a lovely presentation. But I don't know where we've learned this from, you know, pushing timelines and running. What for are we running? I have no idea. Who's going to die? Who's going to miss the bus? And that's the reason why we are suffering from more anxiety cases. We're also suffering from hyperventilation. We are also suffering from high heart rates because we're always tense and worried and on the go. You see, we are looking at happiness. We're looking at satisfaction. We're looking in the past. We're jealous. I'm jealous of you, Agra, because you're so good looking. And I'm awfully jealous of Charu ma'am because she's so equipped in her organizing skills. I'm none of that. Now, what do I do? So I sit and sulk. It's not going to change my face. Maybe I can join a course to learn how to organize. It'll still not make me the director of the Star International School or something like that. But I'm not satisfied with what I have. So I've not questioned myself, you know, as to what am I looking for. So my priorities are all haywire in the corporate. Why they run after timelines, I have no idea. Azra.
Yes.
Can I-
Really, that was a very effective way of answering the question, again with humor. And we should learn from you how you praise people. Actually, praising is very important.
Not to
Dropping
praise, this is an actuality, Azra. Give me
Okay,
that
I accept
smile,
it.
give me that look, and give me her organizing skills. I'll be on top of the world. But ask me, will I be happy?
So
I don't want to answer that question. You know,
thank you for all this lovely, all these positive vibes that you are bringing to the session. Thank you, ma'am. And then I think Charu ma'am has a question. She raised her hand. Yes.
I don't even know what the question was now after what I heard from ma'am.
Okay.
All her humility and her generosity.
Overboard.
I think
Yes.
there's so much to learn. I was getting some messages and calls when her session began. And I just told them, I said, please, I just want to listen to ma'am. It is like you are so soothing to the soul, ma'am. That's so important. It's
I
not.
wish my husband said that.
Yes. Yes. That's all women would say that, married women. I think in India especially.
Is that the recognition that, ma'am, you are wanting from one person or from
Why not?
millions of us?
Why not? I'm a
Yes,
human
why
being.
not? Yes, right. I agree.
I
with
am
you.
a human being.
Yes.
So grateful for this. Just for some practical questions, which have been on my mind about. Are there any strategies which you would suggest, any one of you would suggest, as per your experience, by which we can deal with co-workers who are difficult, who can be manipulative, who can be jealous and insecure? What would those be? Thank you.
I've got a big mouth, so can I start?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Go
Dr.
ahead.
Galaska, with your permission, please.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. I think when I work with the organizations even now, I think I give them a strategy that it should be made mandatory that every staff member of your organization, no matter what his designation, mind you, we gave stress management workshops even to our cab drivers. Those who would pick up and drop back the staff, or who would pick up the foreign staff from the airport or drop them back, whatever, they would have their own stress, because they would say, we have landed on time to pick up our staff, but our staff is busy drinking and is not reporting to the cabbie. And the complaint will go that the cabbie has not reached. And he says, my son is an engineer. Why should I take this abuse or bad behavior? So I would say self-concept needs to be resolved and evolved. And therefore, in every organization, it should be made mandatory that there should be 20 sessions for each staff member every 3 months. I think one of the methods should be that.
Yeah. May I? I think that, yes, I do agree.
Yes.
Dr. But also I think that I always say that behind each behavior there is the reason. So if we have in our workplace some difficult people, like everywhere, manipulative, difficult, or whatever, just try to think why the person behaves like he does, because I think there is no behavior without the reason. Yeah?
Yes.
And if we provide the space when you can talk individually to the person, and probably learn more about the circumstances, about emotions the person brings to the workplace, we'll understand it much better. Because sometimes we think that okay, this is a very manipulative colleague who is really frustrating for us, but probably his behavior is not the attack towards us, but it's his reaction to his problems.
Yes.
So if you create a space, safe emotionally, space where people can talk and you will understand why they behave the way they do, maybe we can also change them. Because if somebody is really angry or manipulative, I sometimes tell my clients that maybe you should think that this person is not loved enough. There is no love in his life. And that's why he's malicious, angry, and horrible. So if we try to show some, kindness, friendship, this horrible behavior can disappear. And it happened to me many times that when people felt safer, they started to behave much better, because all this horrible manipulative behavior is just the defense mechanism very often.
So that should be the aim of those 30 sessions that I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I edited. Yeah.
I also, I really agree with you, Professor Galaska, and I have practiced this to a great extent in my workplace. Maybe I don't know how much kindness I have shown to them, but I try to think like this: why she or he behaved like this to me, with me, or with others? Why such an outburst? There might be something wrong there at home, in the personal life. Yes.
No, so even if there is nothing wrong with this person and this person is just malicious and horrible, when you think that the reason is not you, but maybe there is no enough love in his life, it changes your behavior and your reaction towards this person, which keeps you safer and healthier. So sometimes, and also, of course, we have some emotional vampires at workplaces here. And sometimes you can't do anything to change this person, but you can then defend yourself. So thinking more positively about the person and not treating it as a personal attack towards you, you can somehow, defend yourself and help yourself, which, yes, I do believe in positive communication. So I think if we communicate in positive way, there's always a better.
Dr. Galaska, so far, we have been very civil according to the Indian system. I have been very civil in my language that I have used, but in my clinical practice, when I'm working either with a person or I'm working with an organization, I do find that there are some people who are overcritical of something.
Absolutely.
And they have an anger management problem. Connect the two. And I find if I go deeper into their personal profile, in their personality functioning at home, and into their love life, Dimple, into their love life, I will say that they have a sexual dysfunction.
I do agree with that.
They have a sexual dysfunction. And nobody wants to talk about it because a man thinks that if he talks about his sexual dysfunction, he's not man enough, which is not true. We need to talk about sexual dysfunctions in anyone, man or a woman, and whether they are gay or they are transgender or they are normal or they are in any way different, it doesn't matter. But we need to understand their sexual functions and dysfunctions to understand their anger management issues.
Very sure. I do agree with you. I think if we talk about this, delicate, difficult issues, then the communication happens. It's better and people don't keep all these, problems. And as you are saying, I have very similar experience from my clinical practice. Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Ma'am, also I would like to share that I come across this saying a wise man had said once, that anger is the punishment that one actually gives to oneself for others' faults. So seeing that message, I try to, manage my anger, that I'm not going to punish myself.
How sweet. But at the same time, a guy who loses his temper on others in organizations, place of work,
Yes.
we're talking about that.
Place of
He
work,
thinks that if he shows anger, if he has outbursts, if he loudens his voice, he has power. and that people are going to get scared of him. So he dramatizes that to his benefit, which is short-lived. Which is short-lived,
Short-lived, right?
right?
Yes, exactly.
So there was a gentleman who used to shout at me a lot. And in the organization that I was working with, not the one that I was working with, but where I was doing workshops. And I just had to sit and ask, why did you feel the need to raise your voice? And he came down. So I told him, leave me alone and go to the washroom, go pee, go wash your face, come back, go drink water. Now tell me, what's your problem? He says, I've forgotten it. I said, because there was no problem.
No.
It was an interaction of two genders which you wanted to empower and overpower. But it won't work with me.
That was really a
I
very
think boundaries
innovative-
is also very important, as
Yes.
from the example that ma'am gave, and also leading by example in this case.
Because Dimple, as a therapist, sometimes a client can manipulate you
Absolutely.
by shouting at you or by, abusing you in a way, or blaming you rather. You said this and you said that, which you may not have ever said. But he's putting words in your mouth, he or she, whosoever. But you have to be in control of your emotions first before you ask the other guy to level off his emotions and understand his emotions. You need to understand your emotions first. As a therapist, it's not very easy. I don't know how Dr. Galaska manages herself, with that pretty face. I lose my temper sometimes inside my heart. I don't express it, but in the sense I get hurt, right? And it's not healthy to get hurt. When you're in clinical practice, you're going to meet all kinds of, people.
Yes, and there is a question from Jyoti Sadana, one of the participants. So this question reads as, how can someone cope up with the use of cognitive diffusion technique? And what is the difference between diffusion and deliteralization?
Good Lord.
Yes.
Deliteralization and diffusion, actually, they are the same words. It's actually trying to, to isolate, to separate yourself from this negative thought. Now, there are many techniques how to do it. I explained later some of them, but, definitely you have to stop yourself first and just be aware what the thoughts are. Yeah, what the thoughts are, and then when the thought is negative, you can ask yourself, how can I reframe this thought into something more positive? If I think that I don't know the example, let's say I will fail the exam, and I will fail the exam, and you live like ruminating thought. How can I change this thought? First, you can ask yourself, if I think like that, what happens to me? Is it a good thought for me, or is it negative thought? Yes, you are just before the exam and you are thinking, no, I'm not good enough, I will fail it. So ask yourself, does this thought give you any good energy or not? If you answer no, what can I think instead to be more positive and to find more, positive energy to do the exam? So we use so-called reframing techniques. Yes, is one of the things. But if you feel scared because you are just before the exam, you can tell yourself, okay, what is the emotion I'm feeling? I'm scared. Okay, where is this feeling in my body? Somewhere here. Accept it. Just give yourself a few seconds to feel this emotion, and then you can just act differently. But for diffusion, because I know that this is probably the main problem for this person who is asking, that these thoughts are so intensive that you can't stop. So one of the techniques which is working quite effectively is just writing down the thoughts. When you write it, look at it. And you can ask yourself, what is the reason of this thought? Why you think like that? What would be the consequences? You just analyze them rationally. When you analyze the thought, sometimes we found, as the example given before by Aruna, I think we the power of negative emotion is negative thought is definitely lower when you write it down, when you analyze it, because rumination, thinking intensely about the same, sometimes has not logical reason. You just feed yourself with this thought. But the simple techniques which I usually offer people is just, as I said, you can put this thought on the cloud and imagine that it's drifting away. Or you can imagine the computer screen and the thought is there and you just press close. So lots of visualization, lots of imagination, things like that can help. But also it takes some time very often. When they're indulging in negative internal dialogue. Yes, when you indulge in negative dialogue, again, everything depends on you, because it means that there is a critical voice inside you and you just feed this voice with more negative thoughts. So you can start just doubting what the negative voice tells you. What if it's not true? Maybe it's not, maybe you are not right. What's the alternative thought? Very often when you ask the person to find an alternative thought to that one he is just, having, you take him away from this negative mental frame. So even when you ask, even people with suffering from intense depression, I ask them, okay, what positive has happened today to you? First, they say nothing. And okay, but anything, maybe you had a good cup of coffee. Whatever, just take away from the thoughts you have. So this really critical dialogue, internal dialogue we are having, can be stopped by questioning, doubting, reframing, things like that. It takes some time, but definitely it's possible to learn. In a nutshell.
Great.
Yes, true. Anuraj Singh has a question. He says, when indulging in negative internal dialogue, what should one use? Problem-focused coping or emotional-focused coping? Anyone can answer, I think. Dr. Dimple?
Okay, so, I would say, to this, my take would be, Aruna ma'am and Dr. Galaska can, then later correct me. But, I think it would be both. But, first, it should not be based on the emotion. Again, it will depend a lot on the kind of situation that, the person is in. But if definitely it's a negative internal dialogue and one is aware that it is negative. So, first we have to see where is it coming from. And as Dr. Galaska also said that, then we need to identify, also need to be, aware of, whether it's going to be true or is it something that we are assuming of it, and then, have a problem solving approach. At the same time, experience, what is it making you feel like, this is what I use with myself, wherein I experience and feel myself, what is the kind of emotion that it is making me go through, and where am I feeling that emotion, whether it is hurting me in my chest or, it is, I am feeling burden on my shoulders. And then, I think about it and, sometimes use other techniques of visualization, meditation. So I think both will go hand in hand, and I can further elaborate.
There was, sorry, Dr. Azara, there was a question about overthinking and rumination, probably for me. So I'll just quickly answer because I really need to go. So it will be the last thing. So overthinking is not that negative. Sometimes we're overthinking. We invest too much time into thinking about the same issue, the same topic. Of course, it's tiring, and a bit frustrating. but it's not that negative. But rumination is like obsessive thinking about something. It's really something which can decrease your mental health enormously, because you can't stop thinking about one thing. It's like obsessive impulsive disease. So rumination, again, the only thing to stop it is, sometimes you have a person in your family who is ill and you can't stop about the probable death of this person, which also happens to me many times, that people come and they can't stop thinking about it. So then again, you have to analyze this thought and acceptance, acceptance. If something bad is happening in your life, we are all human beings, and in this acceptance commitment therapy, one of the most important principle is that suffering is, everybody is experiencing suffering. Yes, we are all the same, and one person has smaller, one bigger trauma, but suffering is a part of our life, and you have to accept it. But when you have this rumination, you have to break it into small parts, analyze it, and then try to think differently. This is the only reason. But overthinking is not that dangerous as rumination, in a nutshell. So, if I answered, if it's okay for somebody who asked about that.
Yes,
I just want to say thank you to all of you. I'm sorry, but because we are beginning the next conference and I have to run. So just thank you very much for invitation and being a part of this great conference. So thanks a lot.
Pleasure
Thank you
meeting
so
you.
much.
Pleasure.
It was
Thank
really
you.
an honor, pleasure, and it was a delight to have you
Absolutely.
among us. Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks a
Bye.
lot. Thank
Thank
you.
Okay.
So I will add to what was being talked about.
Sure.
I would say yes, rumification is leading to obsessiveness, and it needs to be understood. But somewhere in my approach, I will throw feelers on spiritual modes of resolving situations. That there is a God, which I may say Ishwarji, but there is a God, there is an Almighty who we leave certain decisions to. But I use very cautiously the word certain decisions, because it's not that I would leave everything to God and be a stupid idiot and not work on my own. But I would definitely bring up the spiritual happiness and the spiritual outlook towards problem solving. I would do that. What is not in my hands is not in my hands, but I will question myself, have I done my best? That's my problem solving approach, ending. That have I done my best? If I have done my best, am I being honest? And if by honesty I have done my best, I think I would leave things to the Almighty, whoever He is. Whoever He is, but there is a supreme power that does give us a lot of peace of mind sometimes. Helps us understand our failures, helps us not get arrogant over our successes. And I think it is something that we need to understand universally across the globe, that whatever we are, if we get materialistic, I think we are putting happiness, under the carpet. We're not using happiness. We're not understanding happiness. We're not understanding satisfaction. The moment you understand satisfaction, your rumification goes away. Why would you think and rethink and think and rethink in a lost way, in a defeated way, in a helpless way? So I think in the morning also, Shauli ma'am used Seligman's work. Or was it Shauli ma'am or was it the gentleman?
Yes, ma'am, it was me.
Shauli ma'am was using. I'm very impressed with Seligman's learned helplessness. See, you're forgetting the power of the Supreme, and you're looking at yourself as if you're very powerful and you've lost your power, and you are now behaving as a very helpless person. So that feeling of spiritual action, thought process helps you overcome the so-called defeat that you experience, the so-called helplessness that you experience, and you learn to find another track in life. That's very important to understand. What do you say, Dimple?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. Because, as you said, not for everything, but for some of the things wherein we know that we have given our best, then it is very, very important. And I have myself experienced it that, sometimes when you surrender, that really, really helps you, sail
It's
through.
just that we have to be very cognitive
Yes.
about surrendering.
Yeah.
You have to. So the lady or I don't know who asked that question, that should it be problem focused or should it be emotion focused? I think it's a combination of both. If you look at the problem, focus on the problem, your emotions will automatically come out, but they'll in that process get resolved also. So your problem focused thinking helps you to take strength in your emotions. But I would like, if Azra ma'am permits me to use that word, I'd feel very dissatisfied leaving you without saying.
Yeah.
People think that those who are emotional, A, are weak and B, are fools. And I think they are frank and they are honest in expressing their emotions. It's just that the other guy doesn't know how to value it. He's very scared of seeing emotions. So he says, you're weak, you're stupid, you're immature, that's your personality. You're not a very cognitive person. How will the cognition come if you have not expressed your emotion and if you have not worked on that afterwards? So please, those who want to cry, it's not a shame to cry.
Right.
Those who want to sob, it's not a shame to sob, whether you're a man or a woman. A lot of men, let me say this, if you go to bypass surgeries, out of the 100 beds, there are 95 men, because they think it's weak to cry, because they think that it is weak to express that we are tense and anxious, we've not been able to resolve financially our problems, or how would you say, scientifically our problems, or business-wise our problems. If you express your problems, you're not less of a man. You're being cognitive instead, and you have it out. If you journal your feelings, they are out. You've vented, you've cathected. But yes, if you were to discuss your journal and your own self with a therapist, you would not go, for a bypass surgery. Though psychological stress is not the only reason for a bypass surgery, but it is one of the reasons. There have to be lifestyle interventions to avoid a bypass surgery. But there has to be a vent and cathect about your emotions, especially crying, screaming, blaming, having it out, and not thinking that you're a weak man. Not at all. It's a hereditary legacy in India. When you go, someone has died in your family, the men are not crying, It's only now that men have started breaking down a little because they're beginning to understand that men can also cry. But it's the women who cry, very easily because they're encouraged to cry. When a baby cries, a she baby, they say, oh, my baby doll and all. And when a boy cries, then a little boy, they say, be a man. Look, your father doesn't cry. So he learns to suppress his emotions, his tears. Tear glands are so healthy to be functional. It's very important. And therefore, please don't ask whether the therapy should be problem focused or emotion focused. It has to be holistic. there is a problem. That's why your emotions are rising. So you have to address the problem as well as your emotions, as well as your lifestyle. You can't be sleeping at 3 o'clock in the night and telling people that I'm lazy at work, I'm cranky at work, I lose my temper at work, but your brain is never at peace.
I have a question. Yes, ma'am. One related to the workplace. And now I would like suggestions from your side. Either of you can suggest some ways, innovative ways by which the employees can raise their voice against discriminatory behavior and biased attitude, which exhibited by the office boss or the supervisor.
But there are very different levels of intervention at an organizational level. You can go to your team leader. If he's not a good listener, you can go to your manager. If he's not a good listener, there should be a psychology department or a mental health department. If you're aversive to the word mental health, then there could be a psychologist on board and they could approach the psychologist. The psychologist could mediate wherever the person is feeling persecuted or discriminated. So both of them will require counseling, both of them. Either the person is genuinely persecuted, there is no discrimination, but he thinks he is being discriminated at, or there is general discrimination and he would like to work it out. I could give you hundreds of examples, even at the domestic level, where the male servant wants to take the final order from the patriarch of the house and not the matriarch of the house. So women are being discriminated. Please. And this debate still stands. You may have so many working papers and conferences. Women are coming out, women are working, women are this and women are that. What women are, inside your heart, you also know, Azraji, what is happening to women, how much they work, and why is there a Ministry of Women and Child Development or Child? Why? Why is there not a separate Ministry for Child Development and Child Health and a separate Ministry for Women's Development? Why are they clubbed together? Man is so afraid that tomorrow she'll ask me to do homework for the child, even though there is a paternity leave and he goes to the coffee house, at that time. But men don't like to do homework with their children. They only like to sign the report card, and they don't even go to parent-teachers meetings. So what discrimination are you talking of? Are men making a noise about it because they are being discriminated at between each other in the same gender? So there is discrimination everywhere and it needs to be sorted out. These are our attitudes that create discrimination, but there should be a forum for it. And I think a psychologist to be included in that forum is very logical.
Yes.
I
Now,
would like to add to it, if we,
Yes.
the reporting mechanisms could also be anonymous, and because many a times people are not able to
yes,
reach out
that's
because
true.
of the reasons of others getting to know, and also if they get a platform to share personal stories to foster dialogues. So whenever there are team meetings and there are team building activities, so they're also being able to share personal stories. There's no harm if the HR manager or the diversity manager himself or herself shares a story where they felt excluded or discriminated, because many others may open up with that kind of discussion at that time.
The
And,
psychologist has to be there.
Yeah, the psychologist has to be there.
You can project your own gender biases and reality biases. There has to be a psychologist.
And this
But you're
way,
right.
it also works as a reverse mentoring kind of thing, because we always look up to the mentors.
Yeah.
But, pairing them up with another buddy or another
Yeah,
person
yeah.
from the same
True,
organization, that
true,
also
true.
uh,
Very
helps.
true.
I cannot resist myself from asking questions and the session going on. But then there is the time limit. It's going
Yes,
to
I
need
saw the
to-
clock.
Yes, but then I must ask you this one. Please, ma'am. I wanted this answer very much, actually. There is a saying that your colleagues can never be your real friends. There's a saying. I hear people, senior people saying, advising, colleagues can never be really friends. So what does it indicate? Their bitter
Well,
experience, a negative
We go
interrelation?
round and round in circles. In my presentation, I had said that there are people who make noise when they work. There are people who can pollute your mind when they work. And so there is office politics. So who will you trust and who will you not? The concept of friend is gone there and then, right? You have to be confiding in them as far as work is concerned and not your personal personality. You can't tell some weaknesses within your personality, some deficits within your personality to your colleague who you think is your competitor. It's as good as one exporter of carpets telling the other exporter of carpets, I'm exporting carpets to Canada. He says, oh, okay, tomorrow I'll also write inquiry letters, right? That's a colleague of yours. He is also your competitor. So when you have friends outside your office, they have nothing to lose or gain from your place of work. And therefore, they are your friends and not your colleagues. That's very important to understand. Otherwise, why are there two different words, colleague and friend? A friend is a guy who is in need, he's there. A colleague is always absent from that place with a lot of spices to help you benefit and get out of a situation. There are spices that he will spread. So competitive is the world, so uneasy is the world, so overpopulated is the world, and so materialistic in their values is the world, that how can we have colleagues as our friends?
So I see, ma'am, you two agree that colleagues can never be friends.
Think so.
But,
I can't use the word never. I won't use the word never.
Okay.
I
But
will
colleagues
say
can
it's
seldom,
hard for a
seldom.
colleague. It's
Colleagues can
hard
seldom
for
be-
a colleague to be your friend.
Yeah. And then, ma'am, there is another question that follows from here. How can we convert this competitiveness among the colleagues to co-creation?
Why do you want to convert competitiveness? I will say method of competitiveness should change. We compete, you and I compete, but we are cooperatively competing. Let's both go to the same interview, and I pray you get it and I also get it. Even if there is one post, a lot of people, many times they take two. But if you get it and I don't get it, if I am happy, developed, resolved, I'll be happy for you. I feel a little bad for myself. I wish I could also get it. But I'll not be vicious against you. That comes through spiritual growth. That's why I had brought the concept of spiritual development. Yeah, ma'am?
I wish this spiritual concepts are inculcated at an early age, right from childhood, so that we have people who do not have vicious hearts, who do not think ill about others.
You
and just
cannot have
enough-
it at early childhood. Don't forget, we have our hormones. They make us lusty. They make us greedy. It's only when you're losing out on your hormones, when you're spending time with good values, you start moving towards spiritual health.
So now I must conclude that the session was really, really very, very effective and not in words, genuine. And we all know that. I think all have really thoroughly enjoyed. And there are so many questions coming up. I just don't know which one to put aside and which one to ask actually. So anyway, thank you so much, Professor Bhuta, Dr. Dimple, and Professor Galaska also. She has she had an important duty to. So
I would also like to thank you all and Charu ma'am for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are
for being a wonderful team. Thank you, Aruna ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I would request Professor Dr. Charu Sharma ma'am to please go ahead with a vote of thanks.
I am absolutely so honored and privileged to do this. And this session, this panel was excellent, far excellent. I would say there's so much which came out of this in terms of even the need for a psychologist for the selection of teachers, such a vital thing which is missing. And who looks after the mental health of teachers, who looks after the mental health of any professional. There's no one, all of us, we carry our own personal baggages and there is a professional baggage also to it. And then how do you deal with it? No one knows. So everyone is juggling and, you know, it's like, you don't know where to go. But now you have, ma'am, you have opened up through your wisdom and experience a lot, talking about self-concept, about, you know, the regulation of emotions and the reconstruction of personality. I mean, all of that, I actually made notes, not because of this webinar, just because all these things that resonate with me. And of course, the spiritual part, I think we are lost as human species unless we get a direction to reach and reconnect to our own selves. So beautiful thoughts and sharings, and Dimple, excellent examples from your own life, which made a lot of sense. Thank you for your presence, and Aliza, who's not here anymore. But when she talked about diffusion and isolation from your thoughts, I think that's also part of spirituality where, you know, even Ramana Maharishi talks about, who am I? I'm not the mind, I'm not the body, I'm not the thoughts. I am something more profound. And I am consciousness, which is in you, which is in me, which is in everyone. And that is how we are all connected. Therefore, there's no need to be vicious, no need to hurt, but to live your life with compassion and authenticity. Well, this can go on and on and on, but so grateful, so honored to have you all here. Thank you. And thank you so much, Dr. Azra, for being an excellent moderator. So we'll have a break.
Thanks.
Hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you, the whole team. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. So with that, we would wait for panel 3. That would start from, if I'm not mistaken, from 3 p.m. Right, ma'am? Charu, ma'am?
3 p.m. Yes.
That's
So we
right.
have a break of a little less
Yeah.
than 1 hour. So
Yes.
we'll meet again at 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you all.
Thank you all. Yes.